All right, good evening, everyone. We are ready for our meeting tonight. Good evening. My name is Devin Murphy. I am the mayor of the vibrant city of Pinole. I am calling the meeting for the Pinole City Council meeting for February 7th, 2023 to order at 5:04 p.m. The first order of business tonight is our Pledge of Allegiance. If you are willing and able, please stand up and recite the pledge. Thank you so much. Moving down to item number 2 of the agenda is our land acknowledgement. I will read our land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Thank you so much again, and we are now on to item number 3 of our agenda, which is our roll call and city clerk's report. Good evening, Madam City Clerk.
Good evening, Mayor.
If you will.
Thank you. Mayor Murphy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Here.
Councilmember Tave.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Here.
Councilmember Sasai.
Here.
City Manager Murray.
Here.
City Attorney Kasher.
Here.
Deputy City Clerk Stone.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on February 2nd at 4 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments were received in advance of the meeting and were posted to the website and distributed to staff and council. Does the council have any conflicts to report on an agenda item this evening?
I have a conflict for item 9D, as I am currently heading up the policy planning division and related policy issues for the general plan and just transition. So I'll be abstaining.
Okay, I've noted that for the record. Any others? That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Our next item on the agenda is closed session. There are 2 closed session items this evening, and I will read them. The first item is our conference with real property negotiators, Government Code 54956.8. The property is 811 San Pablo Avenue. The agency negotiator is City Manager Andrew Murray, City Attorney Eric Kasher, Community Development Director Lily Whalen, and Susie Kim from SRG. The negotiating party this evening is Satellite Affordable Housing Associates, also referred to as SAHA, and the negotiation are the price and terms. Item number 2 under closed session is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Government Code 54956.9 D1, and the case is Californians for home ownership. City Clerk, are there any public comments on this item this evening?
Yes, thank you. In person, we have Rafael Menez for item 4.2.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Menez.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes. I'm a resident of Pinole. And I have a question related to item 4.2 and the lawsuit that stays discussing there. I've heard statements made that the city of Pinole and indeed most municipalities in the state are now under the effect of the builder's remedy as of February 2nd. Does the city attorney believe that that's accurate? That's my question here.
Thank you, Mr. Menes. City Attorney Casher, would you be willing to answer that question?
Yes, so if it as it relates to the litigation, so there is a writ petition that was filed against the city. It was, and I should note that it's case number N as in Nancy 230177. So this was a matter that was brought, a case that was brought against the city. So it wasn't anything that the city initiated. And it calls into question and it challenges the city council's January 19th adoption of the housing element. The city council did adopt the housing element on January 19th. There's a question as to whether or not that was consistent with or complied with the HCD guidelines and state law. That's what we'll be discussing in closed session. I don't want to give any legal advice at this point, you know, in the open meeting, but that's kind of the public information that's available. A copy of the writ petition is available. Again, if you could search the Contra Costa County Superior Court website and type in that case number, again, it's Nancy 23-0177. That's all the information that's available on the case at this time.
Thank you, City Attorney Casher. City Clerk Bell, are there any other public comments on this item?
No, there are no more public comments.
Thank you. So I will now reconvene the regular meeting, the Pinole City Council. Excuse me, we will convene to closed session and we will return back no later than 6 p.m. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We're going to get started in 1 minute. Thank you for your patience. Right. Good evening, everyone. We are going to get our meeting back started. Thank you for being here. I'm the mayor of the vibrant city of Pinole, Devin Murphy. And we are now reconvening from the regular meeting. We're reconvening to the regular meeting of the Pinole City Council after our closed session. There is no reportable action this evening from our closed session, so we are going to move down to item number 6, which is citizens to be heard. And Madam City Clerk, I'm going to ask if we have any speakers, and if you can also read our public comment note as well, that would be helpful.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We do have a few speakers with cards here in person. So I'll call those Rafael Menez, Yvette Rico, followed by Stacy Poe, and then I'll go ahead and read our public comment section instructions. Citizens may speak under any item not listed on the agenda. The time limit is 3 minutes and is subject to modification by the mayor. Individuals may not share or offer time to another speaker. Pursuant to provisions of the Brown Act, no action may be taken on a matter unless it is listed on the agenda or unless certain emergency or special circumstances exist. The city council may direct staff to investigate and/or schedule certain matters for consideration at a future council meeting. Please see the cover sheet of the agenda for instructions on how to submit public comments, which is just to fill out a yellow card and submit it up here at the city clerk desk. Okay, so we have Rafael Menez first.
We want to take the next one who just walked out.
Oh. Then Yvette Rico, please.
I think we'll have Mr. Menez and then Ms. Rico, if that's okay, or Mrs. Rico, if that's okay.
Oh, were you? Okay. Sorry, there were some people trying to get in at the door and I was trying to help them get in, but that door's locked from the inside as well. So Chief Kake's trying to fix it now.
Thank you, Mr. Menez.
So, greetings, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menez. I'm a resident of Pinole, and tonight I've got relatively brief comments that are citizens to be heard because I've got comments in numerous other parts of the meeting. I'd just like to note that we are still in a pandemic with regards to COVID-19 and that our case rate over the last 2 weeks per the county's data is 114.2 per 100,000, which is still above the level where it's recommended that you continue to wear masks both outdoors and indoors in mass gatherings. So I'd continue to encourage people to continue to wear masks outdoors and indoors. The framework for that is basically it's safe to not wear masks below 100 per 100,000 and indoors below 50 per 100,000. And there are communities within the county that are of similar size to Pinole that are meeting that boundary. Lafayette's 24,000 people and it's at 48.4 per 100,000. Orinda's at 18,376. They're at 38.1. So it is possible to ultimately get our case rate down low enough that it's safe to not wear masks. We're just not quite there yet. So I'd encourage people to, continue taking precautions, get vaccinated and boosted if you haven't, and hopefully we'll be able to get to a point where it's minimal until the next surge comes by. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menez. Good evening, Ms. Rico. How are you?
Good evening. I'm feeling somewhat dizzy, so pardon me if I seem a little unsteady today. Good evening, council staff and community. My name is Yvette Rico, and tonight I speak to you on behalf of the Pinole Rotary Club as their president-elect. The Pinole Rotary would like to express its appreciation and gratitude for the support received from the city council and staff in our effort to bring back the iconic recognition dinner and crab feed. After a 2-year pause dictated by the pandemic, it was exciting to see the response. We sold all of our 250 seats. The night felt very much like a community reunion, a celebration, an expression of fellowship and mutual support, and perhaps a slight sense of normal. We thank Mayor Murphy, Mayor Pro Tem Toms, Councilor Anthony Tave, and Councilor Cameron Sasai for attending. Mayor Murphy, Mayor Pro Tem Toms, and Councilor Cameron Sasai are all members of the Pinole Rotary. We thank you for your generosity of spirit. We'd like to give a special shout out to City Manager Murray. and his leadership team, which includes Maria Picasso, Christina Santoya, and Fiona Epps. A very special thanks goes out to Community Service Director Jeremy Rogers, who worked side by side with us from beginning to end. We also send out a shout out to Olivia Roja, who helped us get tickets into the council and the leadership team's hands. We are hopeful that as spring blooms, aspects of life we have had to adjust to will foster new ideas, new partnerships, and inspire us to do the right thing for everyone. Service above self. I would also like to invite the Pinole community to the Pinole Creek Community Cleanup, which is being hosted by the Rotary Club in collaboration with the Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed. And that event will be on Saturday, February 25th from 10 to 12. We will be meeting at the Pinole tennis courts by the library. We'll have as much help as we can get so that we can start cleaning up the creek and so that we can make sure that the things that live there get their home back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments this evening? And just a reminder, this is for items not on the agenda. So thank you so much for being here.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and citizens of Pinole. My name is Stacy. I'm a resident of Pinole, and I want to come to express a serious concern in our neighborhood. On June 19th of last year, which is almost 8 months ago, PG&E had a power failure, and the first generator, diesel powered generator, was placed at the corner of Sunnyview and Bayview Farm Road. It has been running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week since June 19th. The technician reviews it weekly. AT&T comes out and replaces it. On 9/9, the technician witnessed smoke coming from the generator and replaced it. I filed an air pollution complaint on November 21st, complaint number CPM 440729, just to affirm that I did file it, to the Bay Area Quality Management District. I was contacted by Andrea Academia and told her about the situation. And she sent her investigators out and told me that the emission was within the legal limits. And I said, it may be in the legal limits for that day, but for it to be running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week since June 19th, contaminating an entire neighborhood is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. So there's noise in a very, very quiet part of Pinole. And now there's a diesel generator running 24 hours a day. And I was there when they were working on the lines to put in the cable, and the power was cut. And I came out and I talked to the guys like, oh, what's going on? And so apparently my property manager said that between AT&T and Comcast, they're in court fighting over who's going to make the repair, which is why we have a generator running 24 hours a day. She also indicated about 3 weeks ago, a smaller generator was in place that smoked 24 hours a day for 6 straight days, because she told me that the standard was if it's not smoking, it's not a problem. So I said, okay, so now it's smoking. So they brought in one that was too small. It was during that week when it was really cold. And so I drove through the smoke. It wasn't like, oh, there's a little smoke. It was smoke that was covering the street for 6 straight days. So I filed another complaint with the same district. So she came out and witnessed it herself, talked to the technician, and was trying to see if she could institute a fine. But AT&T is under this protection that it's considered an emergency. And I don't know in your life or in my life that an emergency lasts for 8 months. So they have been given a pass while they fight it out in court to determine who is responsible. So that now my son and my family and I and all those people in that neighborhood have been inhaling diesel fuel for 8 months.
Thank you,
I
ma'am.
know my time is up.
Oh.
Andrea said that you all have given a dig permit for them that was supposed to be effective today. I didn't see anybody digging today. I really want the city to address this issue. It's not right.
We absolutely will. Thank you for coming to our council. Environmental justice is a priority of this council, and we will get back to you. If you are willing and able, I just want to make sure our city clerk has your contact information.
Yes, I did put it on my card.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very
for
much for your
attention.
time this evening.
Absolutely. Are there any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
Thank you. And always thank you to the residents for speaking up. We don't know what we don't hear about from you, so or see ourselves. So we really appreciate any and all public comments. That brings us to our next item on the agenda, and council, we will be moving our reports and communications to after our proclamation. After our recognitions, presentations, and community events. We have some incredibly special guests here this evening. But we also would encourage you all to pay attention to our reports and communications after proclamations. We will start with our first proclamation for tonight, which is item 8A, and that's Black History Month. I would like to invite two amazing leaders in our community. First and foremost, our trustee, our West Contra Costa Unified School District trustee, Jamila Smith-Fodes, who's here this evening. We invite you to the podium, if you will, as well as Dr. Michelle Lamons-Rayford from the Pinole Valley High School, advisor for the Pinole Valley High School African American Student Union. To the podium, please. And we have a really great proclamation we'd like to read as a council. So council, if you will join me in reading our Black History Month proclamation for February 2023. I will start. Whereas Black History Month, also known as African American History Month, is an annual celebration of achievements by Black Americans at a time for acknowledging their important role in U.S. history. And whereas Carter Goodwin Wilson, a Black historian, recognized the accomplishments of Black American citizens, and on February 7th, 1922, created one of the cultural landmarks of contemporary America, Negro History Week. And
whereas the second week of February was chosen for the event because it coincided with the birthday of Abraham Lincoln on February 12th and Frederick Douglass on February 14th. In the 1960s, during the height of the Civil Rights Movement, Negro History Week was changed to Black History Week. And whereas, as part of the National Bicentennial Celebration, President Gerald Ford officially recognized Black History Month in 1976, calling upon the public to seize the opportunity to honor the too often neglected accomplishments of Black Americans in every area of endeavor throughout our history. And
whereas innumerable Black residents of Pinole have contributed to the advancement of the city, state, and country throughout the city's history, such as the late James Andrew Harris, who was a Pinole resident and groundbreaking nuclear chemist, who helped discover two previously unknown elements while working at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. And whereas Black leaders representing Pinole have broken many barriers, including Dinah Becton, who is the first Black individual to serve as Contra Costa County District Attorney, Federal Glover, who was the first Black individual to serve on the Contra Costa County Board of Supervisors, and Jamila Smith-Fodes, who was the first Black individual to represent District 1 on the West Contra Costa Unified School District Board of Trustees. And
whereas in the fall of 2003, Michelle Lamons-Rayford assumed sponsorship of the Pinole Valley High School African American Student Union, an organization where students are able to better their knowledge of African American history, culture, community, pride, and whereas in June 2017, Eric Casher was appointed by the Pinole City Council, becoming the first Black city attorney since the city of Pinole was founded in 1903. And whereas in November 2018, Anthony Tave was elected to serve on the Pinole City Council, becoming the first Black council member since the city's founding. And whereas In November 2021, Roxanne Stone, who served Pinole as a management analyst since 2018, was promoted, becoming the first Black deputy city clerk of record. And
Whereas in December 2022, Devin T. Murphy, DEM, was appointed by the Pinole City Council, becoming the first Black mayor since the city of Pinole was founded in 1903. And whereas the city of Pinole continues to work toward becoming an inclusive community in which all citizens, past, present, and future, are respected and recognized for their contributions and potential contributions to our community, the state, the country, and the world. And whereas the city of Pinole is proud to honor the history and contributions of African Americans in our community, throughout our state and nation.
Now therefore I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2023 as Black History Month and the City of Pinole, and encourage all residents to observe this month with relevant programs and activities. We would love to hear from, first of all, our wonderful advisor, our wonderful trustee, and of course, we really want to hear from not the future of Pinole, but the now of Pinole, which is our students. So what we'll do is, if you can, please say a few words. We'll take a couple pictures, and then of course, we will love your public comments for this item.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Lamons Rayford. Definitely not doctor, professor maybe, but definitely not doctor. Michelle Lamons Rayford. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you for the honor. I would like to add just briefly, whereas Troy McConico, the first Black head coach of Pinole Valley High School. Congratulations on the wonderful achievement, Mr. McConico, who was my student. That's another story. So thank you all very much. I would definitely like to hear from my students, but thank you all very much for this opportunity. We appreciate it. We really just want to thank you for seeing us, for honoring us, for really promoting the epitome of diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, and accessibility. And it really is a sense of belonging. So we really appreciate the opportunity. So that's the
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for the proclamation and the resolution. It's very important to be seen. It's important to be heard. It's important to be recognized. So the fact that we've been in this country for 400 years, we didn't choose it, but we came and we showed up and showed out. And we want to know that it's good to know that our city and the city of Pinole sees that and recognizes the contribution of Black Americans in this country. We are American history. You cannot talk about this country without mentioning us unless you're intentionally doing it wrong. So again, Pinole, thank you for showing up and showing out. All the lists of the first Blacks is amazing. We wanted to be the first, second, third, fourth, fifth. We're not the first, but we're the first, but we're not the only. So I want to make sure that Mayor Murphy, you're the first, but you're not the only Black mayor of Pinole. Our lawyer, you're the first, but you're not the only. All the things need to be the first, not the only. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Make sure you clap for me. It's a self-esteem issue. Clap. Thank you.
I do want to make, can I make one more acknowledgement? Kibbe
Absolutely.
Kleiman, our principal of Pinole Valley High School, comes to everything. And I really want to give him his honor. 22 years at Pinole Valley High School, I've had a lot of administrators, and I really appreciate you, Kibbe Kleiman, for always showing up for your kids. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And we invite Principal Kleiman and all advisors and of course the students to the front of the podium to take a photo. We'd love to give you this proclamation as you so deserve. And council, if you'll join me. And I want to remind our Pinole Valley High School African American Student Union, we actually want to hear from you now. We want to hear about your work. I think you all have something going on this month that I'm excited about, but I don't want to spoil the moment. I want you to talk to us about what you're bringing to the city of Pinole. And we'd love to hear from you, even if it's just 2 minutes. And if you will, just go to the podium. We are all friends here and we appreciate hearing any public comments.
We should just call on people at random. Here we go, here we go.
Of course.
Let's go.
Absolutely.
Hello, everyone. Hello, City of Pinole. It's honestly an honor to be here, to be a part of Pinole Valley High School. I'm a class of 2013 graduate. Now I'm back teaching at Pinole Valley High School, and it's just an honor. I'm extremely proud of our students. I'm extremely proud of how far we've come. Like I said, it's an honor to be in front of you all, and we have a lot going on. I really want to thank Ms. Lamans for everything that she does, everything that she is, Principal Kibby Kleiman, Jamila Smith Folds, and the city of Pinole. We've come a long way, like I said. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on this item?
We do have a
We do have
member
one,
of the public, Rafael
Online.
Menes.
and we do have one online as well.
Wonderful.
Good evening again. So tonight, as part of African American History Month, I'd like to remember two people who are no longer with us, one who is from Pinole and the other one who is from California. First, David Patrick Underwood, who died protecting our freedoms as a federal law enforcement officer, but who lived as a resident of Pinole, who grew up in Pinole, went to Pinole Valley High School, played basketball, was, a kind, loving, and hardworking man. His memory should be remembered as part of the history of Pinole, as part of, the African American history of Pinole in particular. the work that he did in his life to make his community stronger. It lives on after him. And secondly, I'd like to talk a little bit about Tyree Nichols. He's not from Pinole, he's from Sacramento, but his website says, it's literally the URL for it is thiscaliforniakid2.wixsite.com. So I'd like to read a few words from it and share some of the photographs that he took, because I think they're worth considering, again, as part of African-American history. Hey guys, my name is Tyree D. Nichols. I am an aspiring photographer. Well, I mostly do this stuff for fun, but I enjoy it very much. Photography helps me look at the world in a more creative way. It expresses me in ways I cannot write down for people. I take different types of photography, anywhere from action sports to rural photos to bodies of water, and my favorite, landscape photography. My vision is to bring my viewers deep into what I am seeing through my eye and out through my lens. People have a story to tell. Why not capture it instead of doing the norm and writing it down or speaking it? I hope to one day let people see what I see and hopefully admire my work based on the quality and ideals of my work. So on that note, enjoy my page and let me know what you think. Your friend, Tyree D. Nichols. And then he also had some photos on that page. I don't know if or to what extent you can see them here. The phone's a bit small, but I personally inclined to say they're quite exceptional photographs. So I just want to share his words because he hasn't shared with us to speak them or to show us his photographs, but his words and photos are still preserved on the internet and are worth seeing and taking in as part of Californian history, as part of African-American history, so that we don't remember Tyree Nichols just for the way that he died, but also for how he lived and what he chose to focus on. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments?
Hello, my name is Amia Childs, and I'm a fourth-year member of AASU. And I just wanted to say a big thank you to Ms. Layman for making this experience very, very fun, learning about my culture, learning about how to use my voice, learning how to love myself and really be able to express who I am and how I feel about certain things. She gives me a safe space to be open about how African Americans are treated and how we can make things better. And she makes everything a lot easier, and she is my safe place, and I love you so much. Thank you for being the loving teacher that you are.
Hi, my name is Sheila McKinney, and this is my third year in AASU. I just want to say thank you, everyone, for the opportunity. It's so great to be here. Like, I forgot her name, but like she was saying, we have come a long way, and it's just good that we have a space to celebrate our accomplishments and celebrate Black excellence because we have a beautiful, diverse culture. So thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Vanessa McGee. I am a Pinole Valley alumni, and I'm a former president of AASU. I'm actually one of the first presidents under Ms. Layman's reign as a teacher sponsor. I am very, very honored to have worked with her. She now teaches my son. So I'm so thankful for all the work that you've done over the years and that you're continuing to do. We need more of you in our district. We love you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on this item?
Yes, we do have one online, Cordell Hindler.
Thank you.
Mr. Hindler, are you able to unmute yourself? Mr. Hindler has dropped off.
Okay. Do we have any other public comments?
There are no more public comments at this time.
All right. Well, thank you all so much. Thank you for being here. And again, happy Black History Month. And also happy Black Futures Month because we're creating futures for all of us. So thank you for being here. All right, this evening we have two proclamations, and we had a very, very exciting weekend because we were able to present this proclamation to a bunch of phenomenal champions that are 2022 state champions. And now this evening we also have the Pinole Valley High School principal as well as the head coach here to receive an additional proclamation. And I will actually, Councilmember Martinez Rubin will start us off. This is the proclamation honoring the Pinole Valley Spartans football team in recognition of the 2022 state championship.
Whereas James Gordon, Larry McDonald, Nathan Chow, Jason Huntingberg, Benny Brook, Donovan Robinson, Tony Thompson, Maddox Wu, Mike Guthrie, Shantae Chapel, Brian Almeida, Alice Shamsid Dean, Jacob Evans, Junior Milan, Mohammed Wolfs, pardon me for that, Jalen Smalls, Marcus Thomas, Messiah Howard, Haleo Lopez, Malik Ewens, Vincent Beret, Armada Hernandez, Luis Plasencia, Harrison Price, Brian Delgado, Clayton Thomas, Anthony Jimenez, Deonte Page, Kenny Valdepena, Josiah Hermosillo, Amari Watson, Eddie Nguyen, Gage Eda, David Torres, Jedrick Madayak, Leo Cruzado, and Dennis Ray as the Pinole Valley Spartans football team finished the 2022 season with a 9-4 record and their first ever state championship. And
Whereas in the state quarterfinals, Pinole Valley High School defeated Fortuna by a score of 25-12. Senior Larry McDonald rushed for 117 yards on 17 carries, and senior Ellis Tramsidine had 161 yards on 6 carries and 447 yards of receiving for 208 total yards. And
Whereas in the semifinals, Pinole Valley High School took down St. Mary's 20-7. Senior Larry McDonald had 1 rushing touchdown and 1 receiving touchdown to lead the Spartans. He also had 140 yards on the ground. And
Whereas the championship game, PVHS beat the Justin Sienna Braves 7-0. Senior Ellis Shamshid Dean scored the game's only touchdown. Larry McDonald rushed for 221 yards on 19 carries. And
Now therefore I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, and State of California, along with the entire City Council, do hereby recognize and honor the 2022 Pinole Valley High School Spartans football team for their talent and dedication on and off the football field, and extend to them and coaches Steve Porter, Bert Stanton, Dave Johnson, Marcus Davis, Berto Johnson, Devin Johnson, Pete Schober, Khalil Rubin, and Troy McConicle, the city's most heartfelt congratulations for their state championship title. Congratulations. And I know we have Principal Kibbe and of course our head coach here, as well as a couple of members of the football team. If you will join us at the podium, we'd love to take a shot with you and present the proclamation. And then we would love to hear a few words, especially from our champions. And please, we'd love to hear a few words from you at the podium if you would join us. Thank you.
I'm Kibbe Kleiman, proud principal, Pinole Valley High School. Just want to take a moment to once again celebrate and honor what has been a year-long celebration. And we thank the city as well. Not every city would take the time, take the effort and go to the trouble of closing the streets, giving us a parade, opening up their hearts to the city as well. When you talk about a high school football team, of course, you're talking about the fact that it is a school football team. So the commitment goes beyond just what happens on the gridiron. That's a learning opportunity as well. Coach Troy has turned this into a teachable moment. These young men are ones who we are proud of, and the city would be proud of as well. I see them through the hallways, in the classrooms at the school, and know that this is a very easy team to root for. They overcame a lot of adversity. The last 3 games in the playoffs, all on the road. For the first time ever, a West Contra Costa school can hold up with pride a state title. As I said on Saturday, this is a team which will graduate, move on, bring in new parts, but one thing will remain. They are a part of history. Those names that you read will echo through the hallways 25, 50, 100 years from now. It's an epic moment we're proud to be part of, and so pleased and honored that the city and everybody connected to it is celebrated with us. This belongs to Coach Troy McConico and the boys of Pinole Valley High School. The 2022 season, one never to be forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, good evening. Good evening. So same thing, piggyback off what Kibbe said and piggyback off what we said on Saturday. Thankful, tough season for us. Actually, wasn't the easy, glorious story that you would see on a movie. We went through a lot of adversities. Kids faced a lot of adversities last 4 years, the senior class. But we made it through, and I'm glad that they finished the way that we finished, doing what they needed to do. History is important. We talked about a lot of the history just now, talking about Black history. History of Pinole football is very important, near and dear to my heart as a former player. I grew up hearing the stories about Toretta. I grew up hearing the stories about Duker, Erickson. I was in high school when Erickson was the coach. Steve Alameda was my football coach. Now these guys, like you said, a lot of these guys join that history and they join that talk of hearing about Pinole Valley football in 20, 30 years. Big congratulations to them. I'll still be here, right? I'll still be here. But these guys finished they reign as champs, as state champs, first in the district.
I'm Gay Jita. I played right guard and I played D tackle on the team. And I just wanted to come up here and say that it wasn't easy going through what we went through COVID, and then we had junior year where we didn't really get time to prepare for that season. So this truly did mean a lot to me. Thank you.
My name is Kenny Valdepena. I played left guard and right end. Kind of continue what he said. It was, a tough 4 years. COVID, we didn't even really have a season. Had to practice on a whole different field for our junior year, but we really brought it together our senior year. Thank you.
I'm James Gordon, play linebacker, running back, quarterback as well, athlete. I want to get up here, thank the city, everyone for the support throughout the season. Like both my teammates said, it wasn't hard. I mean, it wasn't easy for us, I should say. My sophomore year coming in, we needed COVID, so we had a 5-game season short. We did what we could with it. Junior year came around, we didn't do too good, We came through adversity, we had adversities, we fought through it. But I want to thank everyone for supporting us all the way through and state champs. Thank you guys.
Great. Thank you all so much. Are there any other public comments? And then we'll go to council comments.
We will go back to Cordell Hindler.
Wonderful.
Mr. Hindler, are you able to unmute yourself?
Right, are there any other public comments?
There are none.
Okay, so we'll go to comments from the council. Counselor Tave.
So I know with over the years, baseball's done great. I know that women's volleyball's done great. And I always ask this question, do we got any college looks for any of the seniors coming up? Nobody wants to announce yet. huh?
Someone
I
raised
got
their
it.
hand. Two
All right,
people raised their
all right,
hand.
my man. Great, great. I always ask, I know it's great to have, I mean, state champs, that's, you guys are the pinnacle. And I just want you guys to know that the next step, right? You're always thinking about, okay, next year, how do we get better? And that education is especially the college education is important. And if football gets you there, then take it, right? So just want to say congratulations to you guys. You made us all very proud. You definitely gave us a lot to talk about in circles with other cities. And we lean into it a lot. So I just want you guys to know that we're very proud of you and thank you. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. Yeah. Any other comments from council members? Mayor Pro Tem Toms?
Sure, thank you. I was able to attend the event on Saturday and very impressed with the entire community, the high school community. And I'm a proud alumni. I'm a proud parent of 2 alumni. And, I'm seeing one of my son's favorite teachers in the audience here. And I'm just, it warms my heart that you have students, alumni that return to coach, to return to teach. On the resolution, there's a list of coaches, and I think all but one are alumni. So that just speaks to the community, and I'm just so proud to be part of it. And I'm happy to see you in the council chambers tonight, and I look forward to more of these events where we can honor our students. Thank you.
So thank you again for the entire team for being here and accepting this proclamation. As someone who grew up here, born and raised in Pinole, very proud of you all for your accomplishment and for putting Pinole on the map. So congrats again, state champs.
And Counselor Martinez Rubin?
Congratulations to the team and always as well to the coaches and the parents who are part of the team as well, behind the scenes, as spectators, as boosters, the booster club, etc. Reading the names, I want to beg your pardon if I mispronounce any of them. So if you see me around Pinole, catch me and let me know how it is that I should have said your name. But in any case, you took me back to my drill team days out in some distant football field elsewhere, but nonetheless appreciating what championship is about. What leading to that championship is about is even greater, and that's that discipline and looking out for each other as a member of a team, not only highlighting your particular talents, but as well working with the individual talents to make the team better because of everyone's contribution. Thank you, everyone, and enjoy being champs.
And I think Counselor Martinez Rubin, you did far better than I did on Saturday. So hopefully I think you won't have many corrections because that was a lot of names, but they're so worthy. And I just want to reiterate some of my statements at our parade and rally. You all make this job as mayor very easy. I mean, knowing that you all not only have really in the first days of my mayorship won a championship, but knowing that you all are student athletes, you have set the bar. You have set the bar on leadership, and you set the bar on leadership for every single council member, every single city staff member in this room. Don't underestimate how important this one win was for our community and how important it was to know that you not only won a championship, but you were great students in doing that. You upheld leadership, character, accountability, and excellence. And that's exactly what the city needs. That's exactly what we are yearning for. And it's coming from young people. And that is so, so powerful. I am so grateful to be your mayor. Like I said, you made this very easy to start off. If you don't think I was listening to All We Do Is Win for the first month of my mayorship, I was, okay? So this is a moment for us to remember that we are greatness and we are so in the moment of greatness. Don't stop. And greatness also is not just about winning. It's about when we're failing too, how we come back from the failure. So even when we do fail, I hope we're coming back next year with a championship. But if that doesn't happen, guess what? Our opportunity rises in the moment where we say we failed, but we're still standing and we're still rising. So congratulations again. Congratulations to the African American Student Union. I look forward to your event this month. Please send information out to all of our city staff so that we can invite our entire community. And let's continue to win, Pinole. Congratulations. Great. So thank you, Trustee Smith-Folds, as well for being here. Wonderful. So we are going to continue to transition and celebrate as we transition to our long agenda tonight. And we have a great presentation this evening from Contra Costa College. We'll have Director Lily Whalen introduce our speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, council members, members of the public. I am pleased to introduce from Contra Costa College this evening. Dr. Kimberly Rogers is the current acting president at Contra Costa College. She has been in the role since June of 22 and was the vice president of instruction at Contra Costa College previous to that. Dr. Rogers also holds a PhD in higher education from Penn State University and master's degree in education from Harvard. Prior to coming to Contra Costa College in January of 2020, Dr. Rogers was vice president of academic and student affairs at Roxbury Community College in Roxbury, Massachusetts. We're also pleased to welcome Evan Decker, who is the Dean of Workforce and Economic Development at Contra Costa College. Evan has been at Contra Costa College since January 2016, primarily working on K-12 partnerships and adult education programs. So welcome, Dr. Rogers and Mr. Decker.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Murphy, council, and community. Part of the reason I wanted you all to stay is because I wanted to talk just a minute about what we have at Contra Costa College. Other than some wonderful academic programs, we have a Young Black Leaders program. We have a Black Student Union. We have learning communities that really focus on the African American experience. So what you're doing at Pinole Valley College, really, you can continue at Contra Costa College. So we want you to know we have excellent academic programs. We have them based around some of the things that you're already doing at Pinole Valley College, Pinole Valley High School. So please really consider what we're doing right down the road. So I know you're all ready to go because you had your jackets ready, but please stop and think about us for just a moment. Yes. So thank you for inviting us to be here. It really is always a pleasure to be able to talk about Contra Costa College and the programming and the work that we're doing. The pandemic was difficult for most colleges in terms of enrollments, but we've really had the opportunity to kind of bounce back from that. When we talk about our programming and what's happening with accreditation, we're in great standing with the ACCJC, the college accreditor. Our programs in nursing and emergency medical technician, they're all fully accredited. We're accepting students. Things are going really well from that point of view. Can we advance the slide? Thank you. Next slide, please. So as we're looking at that, our programs are in good standing and we are accepting students. We've seen really good success around transfer rates when it comes to closing equity gaps for Black students, when it comes to completion of the transfer level English for Black students. We've seen good success with Latinx students in math classes. So we're closing a lot of those equity gaps that you see that have plagued community colleges and really all colleges for quite some time. We're really putting our resources there. What we see is that the use of learning communities. We have Puente, we have Puente Mas, we have Paronk, we have new learning communities. We have a NASA program that just started, a NASA Community College Scholars Program. We're the only college in Northern California that has it. We have a Mathematics, Engineering, Science Achievement Program. We have all of these wonderful things happening right down the road at the college. So please really think about us as your first college of opportunity. The increased enrollment we're seeing across all age groups. The largest increase has been in the under 20 category. but we're also seeing a lot in our 40+ category. So we can cater to all students, whether they're dual enrollment students, whether they're working learner students. We have what they need: evening classes, weekend classes, online classes. And we really do want to know what it is the workforce needs. So what is it that you're hearing from your businesses, from your other community partners? Do they need ESL classes? Do they need something really specific? We can do that kind of contract training for them. That is what we specialize in as community colleges. So if we need to do on-site training for them, that is something we absolutely can do. If they need to rent space, if that's something that they want to do, they should absolutely come think about us as their first. We serve the community. I like to say that community might not be in our name, but it's definitely in our heart. So I'm going to hand it over to Dean Decker because this is what he does all day, every day. But it has really been a pleasure to come here, especially during Black History Month, and see the passion that young folks have. We know that they are not just the future, but they are the present. And congratulations on your winning football team. We know that that is no small feat. We also have a football program. So if any of your students would like to consider coming there, we would love to have them.
So good evening, I'm Evan Decker. I'm the Dean of Workforce and Economic Development at Contra Costa College. How serendipitous, PBHS was here today. We have a lot of work with them. Principal Kleiman, great to see you again. Councilmember Tate, I really appreciate your emphasis on continuing college for those student athletes. We have amazing student athletes at CCC and some amazing teams as well. I'm going to skip through to the next slide. And just to reiterate some of the things President Rogers mentioned, you see some of our data there around our students, our success rates. We definitely are identifying our learning communities and continuing to forge success, particularly in our equity areas. As President Rogers mentioned, with the state legislation around math and English, we're really looking at closing those equity gaps on those key milestone courses that accelerate students to transfer and completion, regardless of what their goal is. On the next slide. On the next slide there, just if you haven't been to the campus in a little while, which given COVID, I could understand, we have a bit of a new look. So we had 3 buildings open in 2017 that were part of the county measure bonds funded by those bonds. We also have an amazing new science center pictured on the left hand side there with about $76 million. We also have restorations to our athletics facilities, a new athletic training facility as well. Wow, they left. We'll get them at the next presentation. And so we're really excited about those. It is a great college campus feel and really excited to have those buildings up and restored. On the next slide, as Dr. Rogers was mentioning, we're here for the students. You see in the multicolored squares there, some of the programs that we have on our campus that are available to the community and to all students. We have daily breakfast and lunch programs. We work with the county food bank for weekly providing groceries on a weekly basis, 24/7 mental health care. Of course, you see also in the purple box our groups for dreamers, as well as our LGBTQI colleagues, students, and community as well. Our Comet Wellness on the top is our holistic approach to the student, really understanding that our students come from all over and they come with all types of things that need to be addressed so that they can be productive learners. And so we really are doing our best to focus on as many of those needs as we can. On the next slide, getting into a little bit of our academic and career pathways. You'll see in the titles here what some of those pathways represent, and this is a nationwide effort called Guided Pathways. Our programs there are really centered around the programs that we have and trying to address local, regional, and statewide national labor market information. So you'll see kind of some of the titles there.
I want to be respectful of the time, so I'm going to go a little bit quickly. On the next slide, you'll see, get into a little bit more of the specifics of exactly what we're looking at. You can see the focus there. We have a variety of programs in health, wellness. We have a large number of programs in STEM, as well as our culinary arts and our business and applied technology. On the next slide, they continue. I'll leave it to you to review them on your own time because I want to get into some of the details. So the next slide really highlights our business and applied technology. And if you notice on the bottom left-hand side there, looking at the Pinole Workforce and Economic Development Strategy, was able to try and identify where some of these programs or pathways connect with that strategy. So you'll see the list of the programs there. The programs with the asterisks all have some type of clinical or work-based learning experience attached to those programs. So that's a great opportunity here with the City Council to think about ways that businesses in Pinole can connect with students and staff, faculty on our campus. On the next slide, I want to highlight one particular partnership already. It is our SO Ventures Entrepreneurship Incubator Program with COBIZ in Richmond. This initiative is funded by state Strong Workforce Program funds and is targeted towards entrepreneurs of color and really looking at, again, the whole student, the whole person and what the process entails. And talking with Wesley at COBIZ and Alfredo with SO Ventures, we understand as much as an education might be needed, that might not always be the case. Students need to be held, entrepreneurs need to be held in what they're trying to establish. And so this cohort model really helps us to identify what is needed. The college can step in and provide courses if needed, and or the students can just continue with COBIZ in this 10-week program. This is a multi-college partnership, as you see on the left-hand side there with some of the colleges involved. And it's something that we really hope to duplicate going forward, as entrepreneurship is an area of growth for CCC. On the next slide, focus in on our health and wellness pathways. Again, on the top right-hand side, you'll see the connection with the Pinole Workforce Economic Development Strategy. Our PROUD programs, of course, our nursing program. Nursing programs are impacted across the state. Home health aide, certified nurse assistant. Those are 6-month programs, very short programs where folks can come in, get training, and get right into the job right away. Of course, our EMT and our paramedic programs, where we have currently a partnership with the County Workforce Development Board on providing internships and funding for those students through the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act. Our medical assistant program as well, and our biotechnology program, which also can be completed in 6 and 10 months, or you can pursue an associate's degree there. You can see, especially in this area, all of the asterisks is next to those programs. Again, those are opportunities where students are in the field, they are doing clinical placements, or they have the opportunity for internship. On the slide after that, here we are again. So I showed you all of those asterisk programs and how can we connect around those programs. So the state provided funding this year. We have funding for actually the next 8 years, provides subsidized learning, work-based learning experiences for students. These can be on our campus or they can be off of our campus. You can see on the left-hand side there, some of the identification of what the program is. Essentially, for-profit companies off the campus or non-profit community-based organizations, it's an opportunity to provide subsidized learning, having an intern in your company, in your organization, based on work that might be needed and some type of research related to the field that the student is in. So it's a really amazing opportunity that we're going to begin rolling out towards the end of the spring. We've already started to implement it on our campus, and we'll be reaching out to you all and to businesses within the area to help support students in this way. On the next slide, more opportunity to connect. So we use the Handshake platform. That's where you can post jobs, internships, connect with students. It has an algorithm that aligns students' interests You're able to see their resumes. I wanted to put this here for you all to preview, as well as give the opportunity for you all to connect with the college for some great employment opportunities. And furthering this idea of employment and connecting around jobs, on the next slide, here we are, our career and internship fair, which will be on March 9th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Some of you may have heard in working with the Richmond Workforce Development Board in November, we were able to put together a career fair for employees that were displaced by the Blue Apron closing, HelloFresh, pardon me, HelloFresh closing. And we were able to do that within 2.5 weeks, and we had over 150 attendees and roughly 42 businesses. At this event, we'll have around 40 to 45 businesses with 10 to 15 resource tables. We're hoping to have between 250 and 300 students, community members as well, attend. The invitation just went out this past week. If you didn't get one, please do let me know. I can send the invitation to the entire council as well. And I think that is it for there. You'll notice there are some additional slides after this questions. That's just for you all to have some time to review some additional programs and information. Wanted to be again respectful of the time. Thanks so much.
Thank you all so much, and thank you for being here. We appreciate your both insight, but also we appreciate your partnership. We will take some questions if that's okay from the council. If we can keep it to 2 questions possible, that'd be great. Any questions from council members? Councilor Tate?
First, thank you. Just hearing about the COBIZ, the potential for us to have interns, I mean, and work with you on that, I think is fantastic. I'm not sure how, but I think the city needs to find a way to connect our businesses with the college in some way, shape, or form, and be somewhat of a conduit for that. I did have one question. You know, most of the city colleges are facing enrollment challenges. And I know that the 2026 hold harmless for COVID-19 is going to be coming up. And as that horizon approaches, how are we going to take steps to meet those enrollment, or are you at enrollment to where you'd be able to meet that 2026 deadline and surpass it?
So we're working on recovery now. For the past 3 semesters, starting with, I'm going to go back to summer 2022, we've had positive growth from the previous year. So summer 22 was about 6.5%, 7% up from summer 21. We had an increase in fall 22. We're on track to have an increase for spring 23 that's probably going to be between 6 and 9% over spring of 22. So we're doing this really through looking at what student needs are. If students need to have flexibility, we're offering online, hybrid, in-person classes. We're scheduling evenings, we're scheduling weekends. What's important is to meet students where they are. And when we see that online classes are filling, we add another section. When we see that students really do need in-person classes, let's say in the sciences, we add another section. When we see we need more faculty to teach those in-person classes, we submit a posting. So these were strategies I learned when I was living in Massachusetts, that you really do have to see where the learners are and what their needs are. So we've been very fortunate that we've been able to have not a full rebound, but we're making positive steps back with enrollment growth. There's still a ways to go, but we're certainly on the right track.
Awesome. Yeah, and the mayor said, I know that I'm council are definitely interested in finding out how we can help support you in that. 2026 is right around the corner, and we just want to make sure that as the economy does its ebbs and flows, that people have this option. As I mentioned to the students, we meant 4-year college, but community college is a great option for individuals that want to take that step, especially if financially a 4-year school might not be there. But, to have, you know, this close to Pinole and right around the corner in San Paulo, just fantastic. So,
And if I could add, we're trying to be very strategic in how we're meeting students' basic needs and other needs. So last November, for the first time, we offered every student with an expected family contribution of 0 a $500 basic needs grant. They didn't have to apply for it. They had to do nothing. Once we had their financial aid paperwork, once we saw that, we automatically gave the grant. So really kind of taking away extra steps that students have to, and hoops that students have to jump through, makes it easier for them to understand that we are there to serve them. We have parenting resources now in our common market. diapers, formula, baby foods, things like that, because we know for parenting students, not having childcare, not having supplies for their children is what makes them drop out of college. So we're really trying to look at the whole student and really trying to triage problems before they become problems.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from council members, Councilor Desai?
Thank you so much both for the excellent presentation. Excuse me. As someone who is a former student of Contra Costa College, 2015, 2016, very happy to see the new additions in the facilities, as well as the excellent initiatives that you all have currently. Can you speak a little bit to transfer rates, how it has fluctuated in the past 5 years to UCs? I know there was some mention of adult school education as well. What's the status of that?
So 5 years predates me. We may have to get back to you on the specifics, but we are really, transfer is one of our equity, part of our equity plan for 22 to 25. So really increasing those transfer rates. So what I can tell you is that the disproportionate impact for Black students has been eliminated. We still have work to do with the Latinx ethnic group. So, but to get the actual numbers, I would need to get back to you, but I could certainly do that before the end of the week.
Any other questions? And
We just hired a senior program coordinator for transfer who started last week. So we really want to put our resources there as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilor Martinez-Rubin, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I can't allow an opportunity to ask an educator or educators or people involved in education questions. So here I go. Thank you, Dr. Rogers and Mr. Deffer. I was impressed with that 89% retention rate in a 2-year college, and I'm curious to know if you have the flip side of that, the students that don't continue, what maybe top 3 things would you attribute that to? And you brought up something about still needing to work with the Latinx students, so I'm also curious about that.
I would say based on my experience and just a review of the data, the top 3 reasons would be financial, having competing priorities such as children and needing to work. And the third would probably be, I won't say a lack of academic preparation, but maybe a misalignment between understanding what's required and having the time to do things such as extra tutoring and really having the time to study and do well on exams. And one thing that the AB 705 and AB 1705 legislation has done is really helped us kind of narrow our focus in terms of what students need and the extra time and the extra work in the curriculum we need to do to help them be successful. So those would be my top 3 reasons.
Thank you. Those observations have existed in decades earlier as well. So I'm glad that some equity gaps are narrowing. And to the extent that somehow, even at the local, among those of us who are not in the education system, can continue inspiring students to attend a junior college and further their education in that formal kind of setting, even going through the certificate programs, having community college representation at some of the events that the city has, like maybe National Night Out. I think that's perhaps something that you all have participated in. I'm not certain.
We did. We went to the San Pablo National Night Out, and I was there, and we were there giving out T-shirts and answering questions. We were doing everything, I'm going to laugh and say, except walking dogs. But if you would like for us to come to one of your events, we would be happy to come. We always want a table. We always want to come and answer questions, because we know that having that contact and making that personal contact is really what matters to folks, because it can be intimidating. If you've never been to college, you might think college is not for you. If maybe you started college and it wasn't right for you at the time, or you had other things come up in your life, what we really want people to know is that Contra Costa College is there for the community. Whether you want to take an ESL class, whether you want to get a degree in chemistry, we can meet you where you are and get you to your goals. So we are there to serve. And there's nothing my team likes doing more than that. We are very committed to service. And we do love what we do. So please invite us, we will come.
I think our assistant city manager and city manager probably are hearing that call for an invitation.
Yes.
There will be increasingly events where we would love to have you. I also, just a comment here, I chuckled when you mentioned Pinole Valley College, only because years back before the campus opened, the community members were part of the design team along with the West Contra Costa Unified School District, aimed to have a building, a physical building that appeared like a mini university. You know, we had some naysayers who thought, oh, you know, this is such an expensive use of taxpayer money. I wholeheartedly believe that the environment makes a difference to create a learning situation where it is also a built environment that inspires. So yes, we have Pinole Valley High School that is, in my opinion, like one of the little mini colleges that you might find, you know, on the East Coast with all that brick around it. So I was fortunate to be on your campus. Fortunate and unfortunate, COVID took many of us there when testing was available and your partnership with the Contra Costa Health Services. So knowing that the venues are there, the multi-use of the buildings is also a welcome resource to members of the public. And thank you for your joining us tonight and for also mentioning the adult programs. I believe, I'm a believer of, you know, there's always a learning opportunity every day, and learning does not cease if we are open to that. Can you tell us a little bit more about the adult focused programs? And so I'm talking about those persons who return to a junior college perhaps to redirect their initial career path.
I like to say that every program is an adult focused program. We do have ESL, we do have free classes for ESL, but we also have, all of our programs are open to all ages. We do have credit and non-credit programs in project management, in biotechnology. We have our forklift operations warehouse program. We have a lot of programs that are credit and non-credit. So depending on what an individual's interest is, we could probably find a way to accommodate that. So it's just about coming in or even via Zoom meeting with us and talking about what your interest is, meeting with a counselor, and just really getting on one of those career pathways, academic and career pathways that Dean Decker mentioned a little bit earlier. And I would like to invite you to come visit especially our new science center. It's a beautiful planetarium. It's just a gorgeous building.
Thanks for the
Councilor.
invitation.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Tom.
Sure, just a few, I wanted to thank you for the presentation. I also want to thank you for the partnership that you have had with the school district in that Pinole Valley High School uses the pool at Contra Costa College for the swimming and water polo programs. And that really exposes a lot of the students to the college itself. I also attended Contra Costa College and transferred from there to the Cal State system. And it was a way that I could get out of college with little to no debt. This was many years ago, but it's something that a lot of students and parents really need to consider with the cost of higher education. It is a very affordable alternative. I also wanted to congratulate the college and the taxpayers for the incredible investment in the campus. It looks beautiful. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And thank you again for being here. Ms. Rogers, I happen to be a huge fan, and it's so great to see your phenomenal leadership while you're bringing. Mr. Decker, I attended a workshop before with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce that you did at the college, and just remarkable work. We are so excited to be a partnership with you. Thank you for identifying and making it easier for us to identify ways and plans that we've created to work with you. As you probably know, we have an amazing community development team. We have an amazing city managers department. And so we look forward to ongoing partnership. I am a student at Contra Costa College now, taking one class. So I look forward to taking one class. Look forward to learning and being in community. And in a couple weeks, I'll be visiting you all. And so look forward to looking at that Science Center and learning more about the NASA program, which I'm a space nerd. So of course, in the spirit of Octavia Butler and science, would love to just hear more. So I'll save my questions then. But again, please let us know how we can be the best partner to you all as a city and as a community. As you can tell, education across the board is something that is a priority of so many in our community. So please continue to let us know how we can be a partner in doing that. And thank you for being here.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you again. And we are going to continue on with our agenda this evening. Actually, are there any public comments for this item?
No public comments.
All right, thank you. Not seeing any, we will move back to our item 7, which is reports and communications. And I will start with my mayor's report, which will be one item just on my mayor's report while we cue the video, which is my report is I attended yesterday's West County Mandarin School Lunar New Year celebration. Very exciting. I believe they will have a video to share with us as well at a future council meeting. It was a great time, incredibly fun, and the students at Pinole Middle School were also a part of it. So I will have more of an update and probably a video to share next time, but if Mr. Snell, Pinole Television can cue our video, I'll give my report by video.
Hello, I'm Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the beautiful city of Pinole. It's a relief to see the sun after many rainy weeks. I want to give a shout out to our incredible Public Works Department, who worked tirelessly throughout the storm, even while most of us were sleeping, to prevent our neighborhoods from flooding. During the recent storm, the Public Works team responded to 3 downed trees, repaired more than 30 potholes, monitored sewer manholes for several nights, and provided residents of Pinole with 60 tons of sand and sandbags. Our water treatment plant handled 18 million gallons of inflow from Pinole and Hercules during recent storms. That was 14 million gallons more water than average. February marks the start of Black History Month, and I am proud to issue a proclamation during tomorrow's council meeting to recognize Black History Month. It's a time to celebrate the tremendous accomplishments and contributions of our brilliant Black brothers and sisters around the world. Did you know that on this day in 1820, the first organized immigration of 86 freed slaves departed from New York and sailed to Freetown, Sierra Leone on the Mayflower of Liberia? A year later, in 1821, the American Colonization Society founded the colony of Liberia, south of Sierra Leone. It became a homeland for freed U.S. slaves outside of British rule. I encourage you to learn more about Black history, not just this month, but all year round. This past weekend was an eventful one, as we celebrated our local state champions with a parade down Pinole Valley Road. In December, the Pinole Valley High School football team captured their first ever state championship, beating Mendota 34-21 in the Division VII AA title game. Go Spartans! We also held our very first Community Corner workshop this past Saturday. It was great to see so many residents sharing ideas about what should be done with the vacant lot at Tenant and San Pablo Avenue. It's not too late to submit your idea. Just go to PinoleCommunityCorner.com and check out the idea board. The Climate Action and Adaptation Open House on January 26th was energizing. Thank you to those who came out that day and or participated virtually. Visit the website if you'd like to view the recording and participate in climate action activities. The next Climate Action and Adaptation Open House is scheduled for April 27th. We will also be at the Farmers Market on Saturday, March 11th, so stop by and say hello. Have you ever wanted to get involved in your local government? Now is your chance to serve on an advisory board to make Pinole a better place for all. The city clerk is accepting applications for the Traffic and Pedestrian Safety Committee, also known as TAPS, as well as the Community Services Commission. Please contact the city clerk for more information about our city commissions, what vacancies may be available, and how to apply for a position. You are also invited to attend the next TAPS committee meeting on February 8th from 6 to 8 p.m. At this meeting, we will discuss a long-term solution for the Pinole Middle School traffic control during peak hours. This is a Zoom meeting, and you can find the information in the events calendar on our website. The last thing I want to share with you is that the next food drive distribution will be on Monday, February 13th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. at the Pinole Senior Center. There, you can pick up fresh fruits and vegetables from the food bank. You do not need to be a senior nor a member of the Senior Center to receive food, but it is first come, first serve. So arrive as early as you can. As your mayor, I plan on keeping you updated on the beat of Pinole each month. You can follow our progress on social media and the city website. Thank you for watching.
Thank you so much for doing that. So I just wanted to give this update that monthly we will be having mayor video updates, and they will be an opportunity for us to really use the tactics of our communications and public engagement plan and move those forward. There are many folks who are helping us make this communications and public engagement plan possible, but three people I would be remiss if I did not say. First and foremost, folks who are helping make these videos include our assistant to the city manager, Fiona Epps, who is in front of me right now. And I cannot just say how much of an amazing asset you have been to our city in terms of engaging our community, in terms of making sure we are innovative and also having fun doing it, right? Where we are bringing in folks. And I just want to thank you so much for all of your hard work and for being here and making this video and many more possible, because you are truly such a special gem for our city, and I'm so grateful for you. I also, you don't see them a lot, but they oftentimes, if you're watching, especially from home, they are making this entire visual and this entire video box possible. And that is David Snail and Eric Wilson in the back, who are part of our Pinole television team and our cable access team. They are making it so that we also not only tell you in audio what we're doing and the progress we're making, but they show you. And so thank you to David and Eric for your tremendous support in making these videos possible. And of course, always to our city manager, Andrew Murray, and our city staff for being both willing and open and honest about this process, because there's so much that we're doing, and we are pushing you all a lot, but you all continue to, again, raise the bar on what excellence looks like. And we're really grateful for you. So that concludes my mayor's report for tonight, and thank you. All right, there are no mayor and council appointments this evening, and so I'll go to city council committee reports and communications. We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Tom.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. On January 26th, I attended the Cal City's Housing, Community, and Economic Development Policy Committee meeting virtually. And the work plan for that committee includes protect and expand investments to prevent and reduce homelessness, to increase the supply and affordability of housing while retaining local decision-making, to secure long-term sustainable funding tools for cities to jumpstart the construction of housing at all income levels and ensure cities retain flexibility to achieve local and state housing goals. And then we also heard about an initiative that it will be on the 2024 ballot. And that initiative would return local land use controls back to local jurisdictions. We do see that, we'll be waiting and discussing that among our policy committee, but there are some concerns with that. Let's see. Also, January 26th, I attended the East Bay Leadership Council series event featuring the founder and CEO of Moms Demand Action, Shannon Watts. The day after the Sandy Hook tragedy, Watts started a Facebook group with the message that all Americans can and should do more to reduce gun violence. This movement has grown, and currently now there are more than 8 million supporters on this topic. They are incredible advocates. And I would say that the major takeaway from her talk was that there are many peer nations from the United States that have similar gun rights as the United States, but not nearly the violence, and the difference being common sense legislation in those peer countries. So I would encourage folks that are interested to look up the group Moms Demand Action. And then I also attended the mayor's conference last week, where we received a report on the proposed Delta Tunnel project status. The proposal involves construction of a 45-mile long tunnel with a diameter of 36 feet. That's the size of the pipe, is diameter 36 feet, to convey water from the Sacramento River with the intake near the town of Hood to then convey water to the Bethany Reservoir. And the project would result in significant impacts to Delta farmlands and also increase saltwater intrusion further up the Delta. You will often hear some supporters of the pipeline talk about, the fact that we're letting fresh water be allowed to flow into the ocean. Well, there's a reason for that, and it's the ecological diversity in the freshwater delta. And if saltwater moves further up the delta, it changes the whole ecology. So I will be asking later in our agenda that we consider for a future agenda item to adopt a resolution opposing the proposed project. And then I also attended the Police Officer and Firefighter of the Year Awards. And I'm reminded how lucky we are here in Pinole to have such caring and talented staff. So that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Toms. Councilor Tate?
Yeah, okay, a couple things. Let's see, we had the Recycle More board meeting, and that was, I believe, on the 17th. Or yeah, January 12th, 2023. That I wanted to just quickly give a report on. Interesting discussions about 1383 and the food. Recently, there's been a concern about the quality of food that's being released, I guess, from the grocery stores for the food banks. So there's some talk about how to handle as food gets timed out at a supermarket, the quality of that produce that switches over to our food banks and our food programs. So the director was talking about how to, how do we establish rules around the produce so that we're not getting food that's just about to expire out to people. So that was a great discussion that happened there. Another interesting, so there's the quality of edible food and what that means. So the board had a discussion about that. And developing what that MOU or work plan looks like to improve that program. Let's see. So there was some discussion there. There was some talk about how we had 300,000 gallons of paint recycled. So this paint is usually, hey, we're gonna paint our room, or we're gonna paint 2 of our rooms at the house. We buy 10 gallons of paint and needed 9.5, right? Like, what do you do with that extra half gallon, right? And so we talked about, that's what makes up that 300,000 gallons that we collected over an annual period. And so there are some drop-off sites, but there was some discussion by Chair Romero about Home Depot contributing to being a paint collector. And I believe right now Ace Hardware is one of those paint drop-off sites that you can give that little bit of paint that you had left over. So we're talking about potentially putting there was some discussion as to how to go about creating a county ordinance around that. That way retailers know that, hey, if you're going to sell these volumes or paint, that there's a way for us to give that paint back so it doesn't wind up in the toilet or in the drain or, in the trash can. I suggested that maybe, since it's hard to lobby, from that local level, that we do a value statement from our our JPA first, and then start to move to the county to try to create a larger ordinance surrounding that. But more to come as that develops. Also, WICTAC board had a great presentation by Kimley Horn regarding San Pablo. It's over by El Cerrito and the El Cerrito Del Norte BART station. This information, we talked a little bit, I just want to add this, is that, and I talked to the city clerk about this, is try to get this to the packet before the council meeting so that everybody can kind of see that for, because I mean, there's 33 pages of presentation, but in short, they're talking about what the study would look like to have bus dedicated lanes so that we can get buses up and down San Pablo quicker. So there was a pretty good discussion about what to do there. The chairs currently, we had a change out. It was Paul Fidelli from El Cerrito and Rita Xavier as the vice chair. So we just had that change in leadership that just came on, which was a great step, and a really lively discussion about what these buses mean and when does a city make, or a region really, make that transition to bus dedicated lanes and what that means for the rest of the cars on the road and what that transition would look like. But it was a great discussion. And I'm going to submit this to the city clerk so that if anybody's interested, they can go ahead and take a look at it. Attended the Rotary Club honoring the firefighters and police, city police, and that was a great event. Had a great time. Spent most of my time talking with city staff and the community, and it was just great to be back in the senior center. I did mention we need some upgrades. I'm going to say it again just because it's in my report, but I think we should really start to look at that space as to how we can, just revitalize it. We were missing a little bit of music, that would have been great, or the lighting. I mean, there was a lot of things that I think enhanced the event, but despite that, it was still a great event, and it was really, really well received by all the attendees. So that's pretty much it for my report. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. On the 21st, I joined the Prince of Pinole Creek Watershed as well as the Ocean Conservation Club from Pinole Valley High School for the cleanup that they both collaborated on. It was the one of several that will be conducted this year. And I want to thank staff, Public Works staff, Director Sanjay Mishra and staff about the work that they have been doing to facilitate the cleanups. As the year progresses, we can expect to see more of the nonprofit groups be involved with the Pinole Creek Watershed as a continuation of a project that I was part of in my first term, connected to Thriving Earth Exchange. For those of you who are unfamiliar with that, you can visit the Thriving Earth Exchange website, look up Pinole project and see what the litter assessment that we conducted was about. It was the first of its kind in Pinole, a community science project that involved presentations to City Council about a year ago. And we continue to leverage the information that was obtained from that to plan events that we know there, unfortunately, there can't be too many of these litter cleanups. On the other hand, we have to also encourage that people participate so that behavior change occurs on an individual level, and then eventually we are positively affected on a community level as we have the creek and its ecosystem cleaner, or at least maintain a level of being litter free so that it supports the life in it. The Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee of Cal Cities met on January 27th, and I participated in that. We got an overview of the governor's budget, as well as an overview of the work plan for the committee. Among the broader topic areas that the committee will be looking at and reviewing and discussing through the year will be infrastructure funding, sales tax, and streamlining of state grant funding opportunities. We also received a presentation by, oh gosh, pardon me, I can't remember the source of the information, but the topic was what was planned to be a measure in 2024 at the statewide level. There was an attempt to place a measure in 2020 that has to do with taxes. I don't want to misread, so let me give you the name of the act. The Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act, which on the surface appears to be beneficial, but on the flip side of it, it's something that merits our exploration as to how that affects Pinole. So I will be proposing that we spend some time learning more about that, as well as determining what action, if any, we can take in anticipation of the measure being on the ballot in 2024 and potentially affecting how our city proposes or levies any kind of tax that will eventually affect the services that we currently provide. So that's it from me. Thank you. And yeah, until next time.
Thank you, Councilor Martinez Rubin. Councilor Sasai?
Yes, I had the opportunity over the past few weeks to meet with the offices of State Assemblymember Wicks and State Senator Skinner's offices. Really an opportunity to just let them know about what our community needs are at the moment, what our residents have really told me what their needs are, as well as learning about their own legislative packages. Some things that they listed was housing. Wix is really interested in funding for housing and exploring those options in particular. Social media protections and privacy concerns, workplace protections and fair wages, police accountability and transparency, removing barriers to adequate healthcare, improving healthcare services, and California's water needs. I was also at the WICTAC board meeting on January 27. And as Councilor Tave had mentioned, the San Pablo Avenue multimodal corridor study was discussed, and some of the opportunities for improvement mentioned included improved pedestrian crossings, accessibility upgrades, improved bike crossings, bus rapid transit lanes, and bike lanes. And then at the end of the meeting, Director Beckles of AC Transit introduced an item at this meeting discussing compensation for WICTAC directors. And I think one of the most interesting points was that this is really an equity issue. Some directors have different levels of privilege and different capacities to serve. And so compensation would allow for low-income people of color, single moms, dads, people with disabilities, a better ability to serve. And so we had discussions around that item. And I think that's something that we should reference in mind in future discussions in our council. Lastly, attended our community corner workshop over the weekend. Thank you to all the staff involved with that. Really great showing. It was really great to talk with our residents about their ideas, their visions for this lot that's in the corner of Tennant and San Pablo Avenue. Lots of great ideas, ranging from their farmers market to some sort of mixed use space to even open space there. So very thankful for all the residents who showed up, and thank you for the engagement.
Thank you, Councilor Sasai. Do we have any public comments on items 7A through 7C?
No, there's no public comments.
All right, we'll keep moving forward to 7D, which is council requests for future agenda items. Mayor Pro Tem Chams.
Yes, I'd like to bring forward a resolution opposing the Delta Tunnels project.
Great. Is there consensus on this as an item for future agenda? Yes. Yes. Wonderful. Other items?
Yes, I would like to request that staff prepare a resolution for our council to support state funding for adult school and community college education programs for seniors.
Sure. Is that a resolution or
A resolution.
Gotcha. Okay. Is there consensus on that? All right. Seeing all yeses. Wonderful.
And then the second, yes, a request for staff to come back with a recommendation with how we can implement a ban on plastic pre-checkout and checkout bags regardless of thickness, and a raise on the minimum amount that retailers can charge for allowable checkout bags from 10 cents to 27 cents.
Right, is there, okay,
We already have that discussion going on in our municipal code committee.
wonderful. All right, do we have an estimated timeline on when that's coming back to council?
Through the chair, not at this time, but it has been discussed. There's been there's been a lot of activity over the past several months. It would be coming back in the form of an ordinance, which would be essentially a ban on single-use plastics, but we could expand the scope of what's being discussed to include the issue that's been raised. So we could certainly do that.
Councilor Syed, is that okay?
That sounds great.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
And if we can, let's move that forward as soon as we can. I know that you all have busy schedules, but
Right.
sounds like a needed thing. Thank you. Other agenda item, or future agenda items. Councilor Martinez Rubin, I just want to make sure I didn't forget about you if you had any items.
Thank you. Yes, I would like staff to prepare us for a discussion on what is being called the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act. Part of that preparation may have us invite an analyst from Cal Cities to give the council an overview of what the Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee has been presented with. Just as a quick explanation or reason, this is not our discussion, but just for you all to understand why this is relevant. This initiative would adopt new and stricter rules for raising state and local taxes, fees, assessments, and fines, penalties. It would limit voter authority and accountability, and it would jeopardize public services because we rely on that kind of revenue source for the services. So that's my agenda request.
Wonderful. Is there consensus by council on that item?
Yes.
Great. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Martinez Rubin. Councilor Tate?
Yeah, on 1/27/2023, we got an email request for East Bay Mud to give a presentation. Currently with all the rains, there's a lot of questions about, how much water do we actually have, where we are as far as our water infrastructure. I think this went out to everybody on council. I think everybody got this. I'm just wondering if we could have a future agenda item for a presentation from East Bay Mud and really allow for some time for discussion. I know that's, I saw one storm come in and it looked like the water was going to flood over the side of Pinole Creek. This kind of also piggybacks on a lot of the stuff that's flowing into the creek. And we just had the community group, I believe Friends of the Watershed or Pinole Creek Watershed, do a presentation where they did a study as what's actually coming in from the freeway and getting into the creek. So I think just our watershed, the hydrology component is how much water actually dropped, why we release water. I think that kind of speaks a little bit to Mayor Pro Tem's comment about releasing water and what that means for the health of a creek. And really just where our water storage is within our region and how that affects Pinole. We had a presentation, I want to say about 2 years ago, and I'd like to see that come back, but I think rather than a 15-20 minute presentation, we actually have a discussion about what the future looks like for water in Pinole and our water infrastructure.
Sure. Thank you, Councilor Tate. So just an update for the council. We, as a council, had requested a presentation from East Bay Mud a few months ago. We did receive an email as including the city manager as well as some other folks asking for East Bay Mud actually requesting to present to us is what you're referring to. City Manager Murray, can you give us an update on the status of that inquiry?
Yeah, so the city council actually approved 2 future agenda items related to East Bay Mud. One was a presentation and discussion that's kind of broad about partnership opportunities between the city and East Bay Mud. And another agenda item, future agenda item that's already been approved is discussion of the possibility of a MOU between the city and East Bay Mud prioritizing certain water system repairs in the city in the aftermath of an earthquake. My understanding, although I haven't talked with the East Bay Mud representative that sent the most recent message, is that the purpose of the presentation they're requesting to make is really about their operating costs and the possibility of rate increases. So it's a little bit of a different topic. If the city council would like, I'm happy to talk with the various representatives of East Bay Mud about how to combine those into a single presentation with East Bay Mud that would we'd slate for a larger than normal time presentation for a council meeting. So happy to do whatever the city council would like regarding inviting East Bay Mud back. Sounds like there are 3 distinct topics that are under consideration, but it might be possible to group them into one large agenda item with East Bay Mud.
I think that sounds prudent. How does that sound to the council?
Say whatever East Bay Mud staff can do. It's probably different divisions within East Bay Mud. So I'm okay with if they can accommodate it all in one meeting or split.
Sure. So city manager and I will work on that. Thank you. Thank you. Any other items for future council meetings? Councilor Sasaki.
So not an addition, but actually asking for clarification from those from the municipal code ad hoc committee. So what you are all looking at right now is a prohibition on plastic bags, but I'm asking for the scope of that ordinance to also include a recommendation on the minimum charge.
It's now what I hear. City Attorney Casher, can you clarify, please?
That's correct. That's my understanding of the request. And I'm also happy to just confer with you offline just to make sure that we do fully understand the scope of the request, but that's certainly within the purview of what's being discussed at the committee.
Thank you, City Attorney Casher.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Are there any public comments on this item?
No public comment.
Right, not seeing any. Yes, Councilor Tate.
I just have a question as far as municipal code and the process and making sure that we don't violate the Brown Act. That was a great comment that was made that we were talking about as far as the process. How does that happen without violating the Brown Act to where everybody can see, okay, these are the things that Mayor Pro Temp and I are discussing, but there may be somebody who wants to add to that so that kind of discussion gets done within the municipal code and kind of save time when it comes back to council, because I think that's the goal of our municipal code committee is to try to get as much information into that municipal code so that we're not up here, adding and subtracting and going through, you know what I mean, and trying to hash out and do a lot of the thinking there. How does it, is that, I know that's probably not the place where you ask for a future agenda item, but how would the council member, chime in on that?
Through the chair. So the way that this item in particular was handled is exactly how we should do it. So if there's an interest from a member of the city council for the municipal code update subcommittee to consider an item, an ordinance or anything, they could make that request as a future agenda item. And then that would I would bring that to the municipal code updates subcommittee for consideration. It is an ad hoc subcommittee and it's comprised of 2 members of the city council. We can only have 2 members of the city council participate in the subcommittee. Otherwise it's a Brown Act committee and there would need to be a public meeting. So the conferring with council member Sasai would just be to make sure that I understand what he would like presented to the subcommittee, but it wouldn't be a discussion of the substance of the matter. Really, it's really just more to confirm that we're aligned on what needs to be discussed. And then the subcommittee would make the recommendations, they would do the vetting, and then the full council would discuss at a future meeting of the full city council.
Understood. So if we had different comments that we wanted to get, like something that we get hung up on within municipal code, maybe during that time where we're doing the reports that we say, hey, during the municipal subcommittee, we had this issue, and this issue. Does council have any bearing on what we should put in? Would that be an appropriate time to do that?
So I would
Probably not.
avoid that just because the agenda is for a request for future agenda items or city council member reports. So you could report out on what was discussed at the subcommittee, but I would advise against a discussion of what was discussed at the subcommittee. we could always agendize an item for a council meeting where we could bring forward kind of the early stages of an ordinance to get some further direction from the city council. But that's what I'd recommend is the process on that, or the Brown Act.
Okay, just checking to see how we could optimize the process. That's all.
Thank you for clarification.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilor Sathai, for bringing that up. All right, so no public comments on this item, it appears, and we also don't have other additional council requests for future agenda items. So that brings us to 7E, which is our city manager and department staff report.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for accommodating my virtual participation. Just wanted to echo the sentiments that were expressed earlier by others in the evening, which was that we had a weekend of really phenomenal community events that I think staff really enjoyed coordinating and supporting and participating in. We had, as was mentioned, a workshop, a community pop-up workshop at Community Corner to get residents' input on their vision for what they'd like to see on that corner in the future, which was really involved a lot of rich discussion and interaction with community members and a lot of good ideas. Later in the day, the city supported Pinole Valley High School in its parade down Pinole Valley Road, celebrating the football team state championship, which we also issued a proclamation regarding earlier today. And of course, as a member of the public commented during Citizens to be Heard, their Saturday night featured the return of a really significant and wonderful community event that Rotary hosts, at which they recognize the city of Pinole's firefighter of the year and police officer of the year, also those counterparts in Hercules. And it was a really wonderful event, which was the first private event held at the senior center since COVID. So it was really great to see so many members of the community in so many different capacities over the course of the weekend. Really quickly want to provide a preview of what we're expecting will be on the agenda at the next council meeting. We have a very full council meeting agenda plan. We're expecting to award a contract to a consulting firm to coordinate the preparation of our new active transportation plan. We will have our traditional second quarter reports on things like progress on our capital improvement plan projects, our climate action and adaptation plan, our strategic plan strategies, and also our second quarter budget report, which is the same as our mid-year budget report. So that'll be an in-depth look at where our budget stands as of the midpoint of the year and an opportunity to make some adjustments. We will be presenting proposed development schedule and process for next year's budget and the next long-term financial plan. We'll receive an update on the Pinole Perks program. There'll be a presentation of background information on a council requested item, which is just cause eviction. There'll be a presentation and potential adoption by the City Council of the local road safety plan, about which we had a great community workshop, final community workshop last night. And finally, we'll have our normal recurring periodic review and discussion of the City Council meeting procedures. So a number of great items lined up for our next City Council meeting on February 21st. At a recent City Council meeting, the City Council requested that I provide a brief update as part of my city manager's report at this meeting on the status of the park caretakers home at Pinole Valley Park. I'll make this very brief. In the recent past, we've had the practice of having a city employee who is also a person who leases the house, be someone who receives some city compensation and also is able to lease the house at below market rent, and in return provide some maintenance of the picnic grove area, the dog park restrooms, and other Pinole Valley Park restrooms. They also provide kind of informal after-hours supervision of the dog park. Our most recent occupant of the park caretaker's house moved out in March 2021, I believe, to relocate to a different area. The city decided not to re-tenant the caretaker's house under the same arrangement. We were in the process of reassessing some of our city practices and arrangements, and it wasn't clear to us that that continued to be the best way to undertake maintenance of those park facilities or the house, or that it made sense to enter another long-term lease arrangement with someone for a below market rent. So we have the park caretaker's home has been vacant while we've considered other options. It turns out that the park caretaker's house has some restrictions on how it can be used. It can only be used for park and recreation purpose. And so that provides some limitations, but we are considering a number of different options. In the meantime, our regular public works maintenance crew has been performing all the maintenance that had been performed by the former renter. And so I think that's well covered. There aren't significant in city staff's assessment issues with nighttime security of the dog park area. And the park caretaker's home has a solid structural envelope. It's not deteriorating any more than any actively used house would be. It's secure. We're not concerned about vandalism or other deterioration while we undertake this process to decide what to do next. One of the items at the next city council meeting is going to be a request from our public works department to create a facilities master plan. So the city does not have a long-term plan for its many different buildings. They're best and highest use. And so we are going to be requesting funding to create such a plan, and that will provide some guidance in the way that some of our other master plans do on how to best use facilities, including the park caretakers. So happy to answer any questions about that, but I want everybody to rest assured that the park caretaker's home is secure and in fine condition and is not deteriorating as a result of not being occupied temporarily. And so I don't think there's anything to be concerned about. With that, I will conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. Are there any questions?
I had one. City Manager Murray, we talked a while back about the Pear Street and Tenant and having some type of traffic measures or enhancements done there to where we were removing parking in front of the Bank of the West. And there was another parking space just because of visibility, and another parking space in front of the nail salon and a parking space in front of St. Joseph's, and then repainting or the curbs that are faded red, and repainting the crosswalk that's been faded and showing some type of disrepair. Is this included in the traffic safety plan? Was this something that was delegated to staff to rehab? Or is this something that we waited for?
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you. So where that was left, so we had worked with our city staff and consultant, our traffic safety consultants, to look at options for improving mobility safety at Tenant and Pear and Plum, and the consultant staff came up with a number of possibilities. And where that was left was we would be coming back as part of the mid-year budget process and the second quarter CIP update, which coincidentally is on the agenda for the next council meeting, to get city council's direction on how to proceed on those things. You might recall that some of the changes, not the restriping and eliminating parking spots, but some of the changes, including possible bulb outs of the corners, are somewhat expensive. And so there'd be some trade-offs with other capital projects. So you will be hearing more from city staff and getting to make a decision on which of those improvements to implement when we look at the CIP, the condition of status of CIP projects, and ask for mid-year budget adjustments at the next council meeting.
Great, thank you.
Yep. So that'll be on February 21st.
Correct.
Wonderful. Any other questions, or do we have public comments on this item? All right. And again, thank you to our staff for so much of your work over this year, but over the last year. It was great to celebrate with everybody at the Rotary Club of Pinole's event, but also to see everybody out at the parade and rally for our Spartans. So thanks again. City Attorney Casher, 7F City Attorney report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to provide an update. We did have our municipal code update subcommittee meeting last Monday, and we presented to the city council subcommittee the campaign sign ordinance. So we received some direction from the subcommittee on a text amendment to our existing sign ordinance to account for an update for campaign and election signs. We had a discussion regarding some updates to the several sections of the code enforcement sections of the municipal code. That was approved by the subcommittee, so that will be coming forward to the full city council at the March 7th meeting for a first reading of those ordinances. There was also an update on the single-use plastics, and we'll make sure to account for that new scope change that was introduced by Council Member Sasai. We're going to be meeting monthly with the Municipal Code Update Subcommittee, and we're hoping to schedule our meetings for basically the last Monday of every month. We do have a number of ordinances that will be coming forward, and so we'll continue to work through. And I want to thank Councilmember Tom, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Toms and Councilmember Tay for their work on that particular subcommittee. And then also Director Whalen and her staff, who's really been helpful on the code enforcement ordinances and a number of the other ordinances that have come before the subcommittee. And I also just wanted to just congratulate everyone at the Rotary Club, the city staff, and everyone for the wonderful event at the Senior Center. I was fortunate to be able to attend as well, and I just had a great time, and I think it was a really nice event for the city. So that concludes my report.
Thank you, City Attorney Casher. Any questions? Right, any public comments for this item?
Yes, Cordell Hindler. Mr. Hindler, are you able to unmute yourself? Looks like we can move on.
Okay.
And there are no more public comments on this item.
All right, we will come back to Mr. Hindler. Item, we did miss 2 cards for our citizens to be heard, so we will go back to number 6 for citizens to be heard. If we can have the 2 individuals, we apologize. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. So we have Joni Lacey, and I believe, oh, yes, thank you.
Yep. And just to clarify, this is for the public, this is item number 6, our first citizens to be heard. So there will be another opportunity at the end of the meeting for those who would like to make public comment. Thank you.
I thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you, ma'am. If you can speak into the mic, that would be.
So we're master's students, interns at Cal State East Bay. And this was one of our assignments. And I've been to several council meetings in the past, but I just want to say that as interns, we seek mentoring in our internships as social workers. And I just want to encourage the council to think about internships for high school students, college students, even East Bay. If you can, in our program, you have to have a social worker employed, but it's so valuable. You know, we're in policy and research right now, and it's so important for us to get used to this atmosphere. And I see this young man as a council person, and I encourage my friends to run for office. And I'm trying to tell my friend to, you know, she could picture herself up here being part of a city council, because it's a great place to start. And we need to be, you know, politically sensitive. And I just thank you. I thank you for mentors. I thank you for letting me speak and on behalf of interns that need quality internships and need the opportunity to see politics in action. So I really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you being here. We appreciate all public comments. As the product of a social worker myself, I know how important your work is and how much it has given me to serve in this role. And it's an honor to be the mayor of Pinole, but also to be here. I think we are one of the only cities with 2 council members under the age of 30 in Contra Costa County. So we're really proud of that. And we would love to engage and work with you. So please make sure you give your contact information if you are willing and able to our city clerk. And we have a number of city staff who are probably excited to also engage with you, including our national leader in relationship policing, Chief Neil Gang, who is also here with us. So we encourage you to continue to email us and connect. Thanks again. Wonderful. Any other public comments on item number 6?
No more public comments.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you. That brings us to item number 9. And thank you for engaging a little back and forth on the agenda this evening. But that's our consent calendar. So are there any public comments on any specific item?
Yes, we have a card from Rafael Menez on items 9A, D, and I.
Evening again. So I'll start with my comment on 9A with regards to the minutes. I'd like to note that on page 20 of the agenda packet overall, it says there was an overall discussion within the minutes of basically when the appropriate time was for me to send in my questions, and that responses to the questions that I'd raised at the meeting would be sent back to me at some point. And at this point, I have not heard back from city staff with regards to the questions that I raised in the minutes. So that leads me to question the assertions made by city staff that receiving information receiving my questions a few days before the meeting would be a sufficient turnaround time for them to be able to reply to them in the meeting, because it's been a few weeks since I made the questions that are listed in the minutes here, and I have yet to hear a response. With regards to item 9D, the climate change resolution encouraging Contra Costa County to bar new drilling within the county. I think that the city should adopt this resolution. I think it's a good and worthwhile resolution. And I think it's particularly important for the public to note some of the whereas clauses, which I'm going to quote now on page 65. Whereas the city of Pinole recognizes that any increase of industrial pollution within nearby county jurisdictions, should be plural, not singular, can have negative consequences for the health and safety of city residents, even as any increase in industrial pollution undermines the greenhouse gas reduction efforts undertaken by the city and its residents. And whereas a growing body of scientific research documents the hazardous effects of the airborne pollutants which are co-emitted with greenhouse gases during fossil fuel extraction. So I think those two are the key whereas points for people who might say, why is this an issue for the city of Pinole, since as is noted elsewhere, we don't have fossil fuel wells in the city, and we're unlikely to because we don't have those resources within the city limits. But the pollution from outside city borders can still be blown via the air into the city, and the greenhouse gases created by the extraction directly and indirectly through the increased supply of fossil fuels directly counteract all the efforts that we're taking in the city of Pinole to fight against the climate crisis. And we all know, as is stated elsewhere in the resolution, the significant impacts that climate change has had on Pinole and is going to continue to have in Pinole. Not just the droughts that we've been experiencing or the wildfires that we've been experiencing, including wildfire jumping over the Carquinez Strait and very well near getting to Pinole, but also the rainstorms that we had just this past January and the flooding associated with that, something we might not have considered as much back in, say, November. But climate change isn't just about droughts and wildfires. It's also about storms and even the occasional cold front. It's about extremes. Climate change isn't just about one thing. It's about everything becoming more intense, more extreme, more unpredictable. And to the extent that we can ask the county to stop undoing our efforts to protect Pinole from the dangers of climate change, I think that we can and should, as a city, ask for that. Because every fossil fuel that's burned, whether it be gasoline, natural gas, diesel, it harms all of us in Pinole disproportionately to the benefit it grants any individual user. So I urge the city to adopt this resolution. And then for item I found it interesting seeing the number of entries in the city's master salary schedule that are paid minimum wage. IT technician, I guess, isn't that much of a surprise, or intern. But I am somewhat surprised to see that our fire reserves, fire reserve fire captain, reserve fire engineer, reserve firefighter are all listed at an hourly rating of minimum wage. And I was somewhat curious as to why that was the case, if staff can answer that, because it seems like either you have it as minimum wage just to have it as a per note thing, in which case, how big of a difference is that between volunteering and a wage, or you have that as the amount you're actually paying people, in which case that seems low compared to the amount that are paid to active on-duty firefighters in those various classifications. And I'm also unsure to what extent the interns being paid at minimum wage works in terms of their being able to find housing and, survive and all working on intern level wages. I know that we're often thinking about people who are recreation leaders or facility custodians or cable equipment one or crossing guards as sort of being entry level positions that don't need to be paid as much. But as the prior speaker mentioned with regards to internships, you sometimes have people who have more complicated backgrounds or educations, and you're still basically paying them at an entry level. It sort of ties into the broader problem of adjunctification of education, where you have people who've gotten outright doctoral degrees, but there are no tenure track positions. So they're just forced to be adjuncts and worked at minimum wage, effectively speaking, or less. So I guess it's sort of a broader question to the city as well as to our broader community is, what do we value in terms of the education that we're asking people to have and the learning we're asking people to do as part of the educational process? Do we just say that's worth as little as the least we can pay? Or is it possible it might be worth paying more for that to signal that, we do value people gaining an education and working with the city as part of the education, and we're willing to support them for that? I recognize that no change to that is probably going to happen tonight, but I figure it was worth bringing up given the other topics being discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menez. Do we have any other public comments? On the
Yes.
consent calendar?
We have Ian Cohen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Hi, I am speaking about the oil resolution or the oil ban resolution. So just a little background, I do not live in the city of Pinole. I live in the city of Brentwood. We are very far away in the eastern end of this county. Like some of you may never have heard of us. We're a primary farm town, but we have been a growing suburban city. We're not normally, if you guys are or prone to all these chemical plants in oil politics. But recently, my city in 2019, when I first moved here, an oil and gas well popped up right next to the Kaiser Permanente Hospital, half a mile. Guess what happened? The county rubber stamped that permit without already talking to residents. And according to a 2021 Stanford study, within 2.5 miles of the well, that's dubbed what I call the cancer bubble, increased risk of cancer and other health diseases. I'm not going to go on and on about that. And then in 2020, you're trying to do it 900 feet from a Brentwood home. So that's where this campaign really kicked off, besides the Kaiser and the Brentwood, besides the Kaiser one, it's 900 feet from Brentwood homes, and the county tried doing this again. You might be asking, why does the city of Pinole should care? The city of Pinole should care because we're all in the same county. We're all friends in this county. Every city works together. We're asking the city of Pinole to pass this, not just because we need our support to tell the county to change their general plan to stop incentivizing oil and gas drilling and to get a countywide oil and gas drilling ban. We also want cities who are also under threat from oil and gas drilling companies that you guys are under threat by refineries to partner up and unify and tell the county we are done with big oil and gas. Big oil and gas right now is fighting the SB 1137 3,200 foot setback through a referendum. We really need to try our hardest to fight back, and I really hope tonight we can get this resolution passed and work together towards a cleaner future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes, from Sunflower Alliance.
Thank you. Hi, this is actually Shoshana Wexler, and I did send in an email on behalf of Sunflower Alliance. I am speaking for myself right now. I am a neighbor. I live in Kensington, just down 80. And I just really want to thank you for this resolution, number 9D. Certainly, it does express very strong solidarity with communities in East Contra Costa threatened by oil and gas extraction on county land and the emissions, of course, that waft from that extraction into their own neighborhoods. And as Ian said so very well, you know, this is indeed a larger county issue. It's indeed a state issue. It's indeed a global issue. But, you know, it's also potentially a Pinole issue. Do you guys realize that you have a plugged and abandoned gas well that was drilled, about 50 years ago? It's really close to High Young Park. It's literally in the backyard of neighbors near the intersection of Silvercrest, Victor, and Woodside Court. And I mention this because certainly in East County, where you have an old, very large oil and gas field that saw its biggest activity about 50 years ago, and all of a sudden, a driller is, you know, asking permission from the state and county to resurrect oil and gas drilling. There are in the county almost 300 plugged and abandoned oil wells. I don't know the specific number of gas wells, but they could be reactivated at any time, given our current regulatory, shall I say, laxity. And indeed, that could also be the case in Pinole. It's a long shot, but I just wanted to bring the issue home a little bit. There really are no protections at this point against that happening. So I just really want to thank the mayor for his really enlightened position on climate, on environmental justice, on making sure that we really move forward out of this old industrial paradigm that unfortunately has given us many, many benefits at the expense of community health. And thank you for passing 9D tonight.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
We'll try Cordell Hindler again. Like he's still having technical issues. There are no more public comments.
Thank you so much. Are there any items that council members would like to pull? I understand that item 9, Mayor Pro Tem Toms is not going to be able to vote on tonight. So we'll separate the vote if there are motions or okay with that. We'll separate votes this evening. But are there any items that council members have questions around tonight before we get there?
It looks like Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you so much, Councilor Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to pull item 9H, please.
All right. Actually, do you have a suggestion or question about 9H?
Oh, I have suggestions for additions to the list.
Fantastic. Do you want to just give those now?
Yes, sure. Thank you. Okay, let's go in order of the calendar. So let me find it. April. Thank you, first of all, for staff for putting this together. I think there was an attempt to try to be as inclusive as possible, and I'm certain that in doing so, we also, you know, there's the possibility of neglecting some other groups or even non-humans. So you may chuckle if you wish, but I would like to suggest that we consider in April, there there is a National Pet Day, and although it might sound a little silly, we know that in Pinole, pets are companions to a great number of residents. And we can draw upon the work that the city has already done over the years, such as having its dog parks and other areas where companions and pet guardians can enjoy, and also call attention to responsibility of caring for pets in the right way. So National Pet Day is held in April. In May is Local and Community History Month. And working with the Pinole Historical Society is one of the nonprofits in the community, which has been active for several decades in chronicling the history of Pinole. We would be remiss if we don't recognize that this year marks an anniversary when the Pinole grant was granted by the Spaniards to, by Mexican government to the Spaniards, and began the Pinole area as it evolved over time. So May, Local and Community History Month, so we could have a proclamation for that month. In September, I noticed a scarcity topic areas of proclamations. I think we would all be interested in helping support a very specific area of mental health, which we would want to see less of, and that is National Suicide Prevention Week is held on September 5th to the 9th, and specifically September 10th marks World Suicide Prevention Day. And I think it's particularly relevant to people coming out of the pandemic, as well as other kinds of work that people are engaged in that has people at risk and makes them vulnerable to succumbing to suicide. So that would be worthwhile to call attention to that. On the lighter side, there is a National Punctuation Day, and that's held September 24th. So we can consider that. In October, we've got International Day of Older Persons. And that was something that was on October 1st established by the United Nations in 1991. 22% of our population is over the age of 65 years old. So again, we would be remiss in not calling attention to that group and highlighting what our legacy residents have provided as contributions, and also to highlight how there can be intergenerational relationships among the residents in Pinole. And November 11th, of course, marks Veterans Day. And here in Pinole, again, the Pinole Historical Society has held that day as a day of observance, and also holds a flag retirement ceremony. It's been doing so for the last 14 years, except for 2020, when we were kept from doing it because of COVID. So there you have it, a number of proposals to include as events or days or months to recognize, and for which to have a proclamation by the city to have either the people who are represented by those days or the prevention of situations that could be also affecting some of our residents.
Thank you, Councilor Martinez Rubin. I love National Punctuation Day, so that'll be exciting. I will take that as a motion, if that is okay, just because before Mayor Pro Tem talks 1 minute. Just before you make an official motion, I do want to make sure that we have tracked all of those dates, because there were a few.
Through the mayor, yes, we've tracked them all. I believe there may be a couple of other additions. And so if we wanted, we could pull the item, or we could take the rest of the consent calendar, or you could just include in the motion the list as amended as part of the motion, just so it includes all of the suggestions that are brought forward.
Okay, great. Mayor Pro Tem Jones.
Yeah, I have additions for 9H, and then I have a comment on 9G, possibly a change.
Just for the public to follow, let's stay on 9H, and then we'll get
Sure.
to the other items.
Okay, so for 9H, I had July, Independence Day. We're honoring all of the other, other countries. We need to honor our own. And then Disability Awareness Month is identified for July, but I've always recognized it for March. I did my Google search and also confirmed that that happens in March. And then another one I think you would appreciate, Mayor, and that's Constitution Day. That was a recommendation from a civics teacher from a local middle school, and that happened September 17th.
Okay, great. Other additions? Sure.
So
Sounds good.
just and chronologically. So February 19, Day of Remembrance, and that is the anniversary of the signing of Executive Order 1966, which was incarceration of Japanese Americans in World War II. June 12 is Philippine Independence Day. And then on October, that would be Filipino American History Month.
Fantastic. Thank you, Counselor Tate.
I'm just excited at all these proclamations.
Me too.
I can't wait. Like, I mean, I think, you know, when before, you know, when 2018, we didn't have this many, but I'm really enjoying them, and I can't wait to hear the proclamations. So yeah, I'm just excited to say yes to the 9H.
Fantastic. Thank you, Counselor Cave. Wonderful. So, City Clerk Bell, did you take note of all of those additions? I do want to just, first of all, Council, this is a great experience. Thank you so much for your additions. The reason why we're having this is because of this. We all come from different backgrounds, and we all celebrate different things, and it's an opportunity for us to have conversations about the tools of our country and also the people in our country. So I think this is these are great additions. I do want to say, I think Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish holiday, is in November, which I noticed was not there. So let's add that. But outside of that, are there any other additions to 9H? Right? So because there's so many additions, if it's okay, we'll take this item specifically, and then Councilor Martinez Rubin, you originally started this conversation. If you don't mind making a motion to include all those holidays, and I'd be happy to likely second it.
I'll move that the holidays mentioned by all of us that be added to the list of proclamations that appeared in what was presented as item 9H.
Fantastic. I'll second that. Perhaps that sounds good. Let's just call that roll call vote, and then we'll approve the item itself. I was gonna, yeah.
2 votes. Okay.
Yeah. At first, I was gonna say we'd just do one, but
That works fine. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
yes.
Motion carries.
And I'll move to approve item 9H with those amendments. Is there a second?
Is that
Second.
what we just did?
No, we didn't. That's why we have to approve the item directly.
That's fine. What we did was approve the additions to the item, and now we're going to approve the item itself.
Oh,
That's why I was laughing.
Okay.
Is there a second, Mayor Pro Tem Tom?
sure, second.
Great. Those in favor, or excuse me, roll call.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Thomas, you had other items you'd like to pull.
Yes, item G, 9G. And let me just find it real quick. This is our list of meetings coming up, and it does not include the workshop. And I believe that's April 22nd. It might be useful to.
Yes, this is a list of our regular meetings, so it wouldn't include the special meetings that
Okay.
will be coming up. And, you know, we do our best with those dates, but often they're tentative.
Okay.
So this is just regular meetings.
Okay, and then I had talked to City Manager Murray that you know, I don't know if we want to put down a tentative date in late June, you know, during budget season. 2 years ago, we struggled getting everything done before the end of the fiscal year, and I don't know if it would be worthwhile penciling in a date like June 27th, but I just wanted to throw that out there. Planning ahead.
Thank you. And I do believe there's a tentative budget schedule that will be coming forward that will include some additional meetings for your review for the budget cycle.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Did you have other items to pull, Mayor Pro Tem Tom?
No.
All right, other council members, would you like to pull items? Counselor Tate, Counselor Sasai, Counselor Martinez Rubin? All right, can I entertain a motion to
I'd like
approve?
To move the consent calendar items A through C, E, and E through G. Oh, wait a minute. Let me just say 9A, B, C, E, F, and H.
I'll second.
Actually, I'll ask for an amendment. We approved H, so we need A, B, C, E,
Oh,
F, and G.
correct. Yes.
And I actually, so can you restate the motion? please?
Yeah, items 9A through C and E through G.
Fantastic, I'll second.
And I,
And I.
As I.
unless
and
I is
I.
being pulled. Okay, and I.
And I.
Wonderful. And I have a
next page.
second.
I'll second, yes. thank
Wonderful.
you.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, we have one item on the consent calendar left, and that's item 9D. Are there any questions about this item?
No, I just want to restate that I'm abstaining from this item since I work on the county general plan and on just transition issues, and that's why I'm going to abstain.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, is there a motion for approval for this item?
I will motion to approve item 9D.
Great, I will second. Any other discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Abstain.
and Mayor Murphy.
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you. And we will keep moving along to item to our public hearings. There are no public hearings tonight, so next is old business. There's no old business, and so we're moving down to new business. The first item on tonight's agenda for new business is capital projects prioritization methodology, item 12A. And we have tonight Ms. Carr from our Public Works Department.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, and Pinole community. Tonight, we'll be discussing prioritization methodology for our capital projects. So our capital improvement projects involve any addition of a permanent structure, structural change, or restoration of an asset. If you recall, each year we update our capital improvement plan, which lays out a 5-year blueprint for maintenance of our facilities and infrastructure. Our CIP has several categories, which are listed on the slide here, and projects are organized within those categories. And then we have several assets that we also maintain and own. So here we have project selection criteria. Projects in our CIP are selected on a variety of criteria, which are listed here on the slide. And they can range from regulatory compliance, community support, condition of existing assets. Over the years, many of our projects have either been delayed or deferred due to a variety of reasons. And many of the projects that we're currently working on have been carried over from prior years. And some of these projects are multi-year efforts. Many projects have been delayed or deferred for a number of reasons. That can include the need to wait on certain projects to finish before others can start. Some master planning that's kind of under progress, which will give us more insight into projects, timing and coordination of other projects, or completing 2 projects together for more efficiency. Other reasons include pending grant award results or completing projects that are underway because we've already committed to receiving grant funds. And lastly, coordination with private developers and utilities and due to limited staffing. As I mentioned, some of the projects that we are currently working on may have been prioritized because they were either already underway, they have some regulatory component, or they were grant funded and had some sensitive funding timelines. So recently, council has approved several positions to assist with capital project delivery, and staff has made some progress on completing several capital projects. The projects that are currently in our adopted capital improvement plan meet the project selection criteria, but there isn't enough staff and resources to complete the projects that are programmed for the current fiscal year. So basically, to optimize our available resources, staff research prioritization methodology that's used by other cities to develop a projects prioritization matrix, which correlates to the project selection criteria that I mentioned earlier. The purpose of this tool is to help us with future planning of our resource allocation, which includes staffing, fiscal planning, and then developing realistic timelines for project completion. Next, these are the prioritization categories that are listed in detail in the agenda packet. There are 9 categories here. I'll briefly go over them. So regulatory compliance revolves around projects that have to be completed because of a regulatory mandate. Health and safety projects that will overall improve the health and safety of the community. Project dependency and bundling when a project is dependent on another project or can be completed with another project for coordinated efficiency. Long-term planning refers to projects that appear in some of our long-term planning documents, like our general plan and other planning documents that we have. State of infrastructure revolves around projects that address failing infrastructure. Operating budget impact refers to a project's impact on our budget. Quality of life is any project that improves the quality of the life for the community. Grant funding, depending on if the project is partially or fully funded by grants. And lastly, sustainability and conservation in a project's ability to further the city's sustainability and conservation goals. So those are the 9 categories, and we've developed a matrix in which each project will score within a range of 0 to 5 and has an assigned weight to it. And then we will calculate a total score, which will be a maximum of 100 points. So really the purpose of this tool is to be flexible. It is not something that's set in stone, but we have tested our projects that we haven't initiated yet using this ranking strategy and have found it to be consistent with the way we've been moving forward with prioritizing our projects. But there is a lot of flexibility in reprioritizing projects based on changing conditions. For example, if a project is not ranking high at the moment, but then there is an opportunity to complete that project while completing another project, then that rank may change to a higher score and give us the ability to complete the project sooner or move it up in the prioritization. Also, there may be instances where a certain project may not rank very high on the matrix, but it may be a need or a regulatory component or council's desire. And we can certainly reprioritize at the moment. And it's also important to note that some projects will continue to remain fixed because they're already either underway or we have already made some funding commitments, either through external sources or internal sources that have been devoted to those projects. So next steps involve for City Council to review and approve the matrix, which is further described in the agenda packet. Staff will then rank projects and create next year's proposed CIP based on that ranking. We'll present that to the Finance Subcommittee and then go to City Council. And then it will be presented to the Planning Commission to ensure that the projects are consistent with our general plan, and then return to City Council for final adoption. As I mentioned, this is a planning tool, so we will have the opportunity to reevaluate the prioritization of various projects at mid-year and communicate any change. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to go back to any of the slides, and now I will take questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions by council members? We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Tom.
None. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilor Sasai.
Yes, so thank you to city staff for your work on developing this methodology, and Councilor Tate, who I believe brought this up for discussion as an agenda item. It's excellent to see this matrix, and it's a good way to really ensure that this process with prioritizing our capital improvement projects is as objective as possible. I want to reference page 3 where it says that it might be appropriate on occasion for the city to prioritize a capital project as not rated highly per the matrix. Would it be possible to divide the capital improvement projects into subgroups, maybe of 3 to 5, and then maybe have the council be allowed the opportunity to reprioritize these projects within those subgroups. Maybe this might be a way to prevent some of us from reprioritizing some of these projects that might be ranked all the way down to maybe at the top.
So, let me understand the question a little bit. Are you asking whether this CIP projects can be divided into subgroups?
Yes, and then within those subgroups, the council can reprioritize those projects. So it would prevent us from reprioritizing a capital improvement project that might be rated very low in the scale because of the matrix to the very top.
Okay. I mean, currently, most of the CIP projects are categorized or grouped based on types like facilities, roads. Within that group, we have certain amount of projects, certain number of projects, and they were within those groups. We have not thought about actually ranking them and subgrouping them into these are the projects which rank more than 50 points, and these are the projects which rank between 10 to 15. We haven't done that. So we haven't really looked at it that way right now. We can take a look at it, how it shows, but we haven't done that to understand the projects that these projects were actually very low. We haven't done that exercise yet.
Thank you. And then per each category on the capital improvement plan, how many projects are in each category at the moment?
Roughly about 7 to 8 projects. Misha, you can answer if you have better numbers, but I believe each category, roughly we have 7 to 8 projects.
Yeah, with primarily most of the projects being in the roads category, I think the fewest that we have are in the parks category.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. For some reason, it was my understanding that it was all ranked in one big group. So thank you for that information.
Any other questions, Councilor Desai?
None.
All right, Councilor Tate?
So I want to thank staff for coming up with this framework. You know, and I've said this before, a lot of times it's very hard to prioritize the needs versus the wants. And this kind of helps put some level of priority to things and communicating that back to the council. The question I had was, you know, looking at these projects, is there a way to have a funding likelihood score, meaning that looking at this, going through this example, we could say something to the effect that, a project would have, let's see, a 1 through 5 score and then quickly have a category weight of regulatory compliance and grant funding, right? Which would put that just that much higher than everything else. Like what happens if it has multiple options here, and how does that calculation work? But let's say that project shoots to the top of the list, but the likelihood of getting funding for it is very low, right? Or it requires a 5-year timeline or a 10-year timeline. The reason why I'm asking for that dimension to this is that we all know things change at the drop of a hat, right? Like and something that may have been, infeasible and not possible quickly becomes possible, and something that was possible quickly drops to the bottom of the list. And if that, and those revisions might happen, do you have a way of implementing a funding likelihood do you guys see what I'm saying? Like there's a way where if there was another column that said, and I think you guys did this with the full report where it's funded, not funded, partial funded, right? And as we go from year to year, the funding score should be going up if we're correctly allocating money to build up to that 5-year or 10-year plan.
Okay, let me try to answer that. City of Pinole, we do not have a lot of projects, those are grant funded. We probably can count most of the grant funded in our hand. And the likelihood of funding, the biggest project right now, the San Pablo Avenue Bridge project will be the biggest project where it will practically depend on getting the grant. And we have to depend on the grant for the majority of the funding, as it is over, say, $35 million worth of project. City does not have significant funds to contribute, and we are very likely to get the fund. But there are chances that we may not be able to get the fund completely done in 1 year or 2 years, the way the HPP fund works. So we may get a chunk of it this year, and they will allocate another chunk in the next year to complete that. So we have to keep working on those projects until we complete those projects. I mean, that is the biggest constraint there. So the likelihood of funding, we can add that criteria. I don't see a problem, but I think all those projects which have a very high value and city does not have funds, there is probably no other way but to wait and apply and to get that. For other smaller projects like parks, recreation, recycling, water, those kind of funds are smaller grants. Probably, we apply if we are not in a hurry, we can try a couple of times to see if we are able to get those grants. And we can wait or add a criteria to see for those projects to whether prioritize. If city wishes to actually push forward and have their own funds to put for it, then we can prioritize those projects through city fund. If we are willing to wait, then we apply for a few rounds of grants, and we can assign a criteria for that too.
Okay.
And to add to Director Mishra, projects, as I mentioned, projects that are already underway may not change in prioritization because we already have a committed source of funds. But the idea for the matrix is that projects that are in the initiation phase currently and have programmed budgeted sources for those projects to be completed will be the ones that will be prioritized. So as we're finishing out the projects that are underway and staff has more availability and we bring on more staff on board to decide what project is one that we can move forward with next, that's when this matrix would come into play, because we would already have projects that have dedicated funding sources.
Great, thank you.
If I may add just a thought here. The funding component is actually a bit of a additional dimension to our capital planning project. So as Nisha and Sanjay mentioned, the purpose of this matrix is kind of a decision support tool to look at, it kind of provides an initial prioritization of various potential capital projects. After we have that ranking, though, the city council goes through the actual capital budgeting process where it allocates our limited resources to different projects based on what resources we have. So that's a process that involves a process of matching our priorities with available resources. And as you know, some of the resources are restricted, can only be used for different purposes. So I would say that we actually accomplish kind of the funding availability assessment when we're actually finalizing the capital and approving the capital improvement plan. because we look at the priorities based on this different criteria, regulatory compliance, quality of life, health and safety. And then we fund as far down that list as the funding resources allow. And I think at that time, we're considering whether we think we might have grant funds. That's when we're factoring in, because we can get further down the list of projects we can fund if we're bringing in outside sources. So I do think staff, we can consider how to address the kind of the grant attractiveness is part of the prioritization matrix. But I also think it gets incorporated into the final approval of the CIP when we're looking at different pots of money and then deciding how many projects down the priority list we can get to.
Well, City Manager Murray, thank you for that, because what I worry about is we prioritize and then we get into the budget discussion, and I think Councilmember Sai was kind of hinting on it, is that the whole thing blows up and we're doing something completely off script as to what staff recommended, and I understand that certain things are going to get shuffled around, but I like the way the scoring does say, okay, this is a 4 category for regulatory, meaning it's going to be very difficult for a 2 to jump to a 4 or a 3, you know what I mean? And then we have a couple 3 categories in 2, so it kind of stratifies things a little bit. I kind of, because we introduced that balancing act, I want to see what that transition from city staff's recommendations versus on prioritization, and then translating that or ferrying that to the budget discussion without us overspending or underspending, right? And we're looking to staff to help guide us through that. I think that's kind of that matrix that's set up here, but also translating that into the funding matrix, which I think we did that balancing act to kind of give a run through of what that would look like for the community to have input. And then council also seeing what community is saying, and what priorities may have, or what council member priorities may be as well. So it's just those different dimensions all converging on that budget discussion that I think this is going to be very helpful to kind of help guide us as to the initial step, but making sure that we get to a point where everyone's comfortable that we didn't break the bank, but at the same time that we're allocating money appropriately to the projects that we think the community needs. So just want to thank everybody for that. This report, I think it's a great step.
Thank you, Councilor Tave. Councilor Martinez Rubin? Did you have any
Thank
questions?
you. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. There are a couple, maybe 2 slides before the last one here, where there's mention of the process of once a project is ranked, then it goes to the planning commission and some other group, and then back to the council. And I was wondering how it is that there is some built-in flexibility when all these groups are going to be providing some input. They may or may not mesh, given the committee or group members' understanding of why the criteria is what it is. So as an example, the category right now, regulatory compliance, historically, that's what cities, local government has to regard pretty highly, which matches the category weight there as a 4 compared to sustainability and conservation, which right now is weighted as 1. In there's that quality of life, which I'm often drawn to, because it's nebulous in many regards. While a community may consider certain projects to be of value to them based on their understanding of quality of life, it may have nothing to do with the degree of compliance that a local government by statute, I suppose, has to pay attention to. So I can imagine some tensions before we even get to any discussion that comes back to us after the matrix is used and projects are ranked, and the different groups, the finance subcommittee, the planning commission, and eventually the city council gets to hear about the ranking. So that's just an immediate reaction. And perhaps out of that, the question is, how, where indeed is that flexibility, or are we just prolonging decisions? And in a way, given that deferral of a decision, also running the risk of not having these projects come to fruition because of the process.
I'm happy to take a crack at that, and then Sanjay and Misha, feel free to add if you'd like. So the way we're envisioning this, the matrix is going to be used is it's going to be used to help staff come up with our initial draft proposed CIP. And after that, the CIP adoption process would be the same process that we've used in recent years past. So looking at that third bullet down, this is the process we have used for the CIP. We just didn't use this prioritization matrix to come up with an initial recommendation of what project should be funded. So we've used, as Misha and Sanjay mentioned, we ground truth this matrix by running some current capital projects through it, and they score in a way that reflects what the prioritization we've given them absent this more rigorous tool. So the way we're envisioning using this tool is we will look at the universe of capital projects that are under consideration. We will run them through the matrix. It will kick out a scoring. That's what we will use as the basis for creating the initial proposed. But as has been the case in the past, that then goes and gets the input of many different advisory bodies, including the finance subcommittees. There's a very early stage discussion at the city council of the capital plan. That's what that first city council reference relates to. Goes to the planning commission for confirmation that the capital plan is consistent with our planning requirements. And then it comes back to the city council for final adoption. And nothing, the matrix is intending to provide some grounding and rationale for a prioritization. But at the end of the day, the city council adopts the CIP, and they can amend it and modify it before its adoption in whatever way they want. So this tool is supposed to provide some decision support, but it doesn't really limit what the city council can ultimately provide or decide. If the city council wanted to take that step to instill some of its own guardrails, that's a separate matter that the city council might be able to address through different means. I do think it will be worthwhile to go through the CIP development process for this upcoming year using this tool and seeing how it goes. And maybe we learn something about the tool and fine tuning. And we also learn something about what our process is like incorporating this tool and whether there are additional limitations that should be applied. Hopefully that responds to your question.
Thank you. I appreciate the work that's been put into this, the thinking that underlies why, which criteria and their definitions and how they apply. I would propose to council members that the tool be something that we keep in mind, not only for discussing projects that are on an existing CIP, as staff is going to take a look at, but also upon proposing new projects, that the criteria still hold. And if one consideration for you all to have is if there is any way that we can also insert some quantitative value to criteria to instances when there are cross-cutting when the criteria are cross-cutting. I'm not saying that correctly, but there are any one project may have multiple functions, multiple features, multiple benefits, and maybe it washes out in the calculations, once the ranking happens. But what comes to mind is that there may be some projects that even though they may have a lower ranking on a single criteria, because they have multiple benefits, that's an added, that's worth something as well. So
And
if you would kindly, think about that. I'm not saying that correctly, but, or the most clear, in the most clear manner, but I can see how, we again go through this process. It happened to us maybe 2 years ago, and there was some dissatisfaction among council members, which I think is why the topic even came up. That you as staff have been very conscientious about how you suggest to us in your staff reports which projects are going to be attended to, but without council members understanding that, the underlying criteria. What you have done for us now is make that overt. And to the extent that as council members, we also are conscientious that way. At the beginning of proposing any project, I think we benefit us all, including the efficient use of time that we would have in council meeting discussions or among any of the bodies here, whether they be advisory or decision-making. Okay, so you would probably, pardon me, so you would probably want some questions to come out of all of that, right? Thanks for hearing me out. So the question is about consider, or maybe it's direction. If you would consider also how having multiple benefits by any particular project would be weighed along with, along with the matrix as you created it.
So
So
Councilor
just
Martinez
clarify-
Rubin, we'll stick to questions. Do you have a specific question or is that a suggestion that can come in a motion later?
That's a suggestion.
Okay, so let's hold on to that piece. If you have any other questions, let's ask staff questions and then we'll get to public comments and then we'll get to the delivery.
Thank you. Mhm.
All right, do you have a question? Any other questions or do you want to conclude the questioning?
I've concluded my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so
Yeah.
much. And I think Mayor Pro Tem Toms, did you have your hand raised at some point?
No, it was, the question was answered.
Perfect, thank you. All right, so do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, we have Rafael Menace.
Good evening again. So I have a few different comments on this. First off, it seems like political considerations are basically considered as sort of a extra matrix item. Like there's not even, for the most part, they're not accounted for within the matrix. They're just treated as, the council can change its mind and override the matrix, whatever it wants, which, admittedly it can. The council is the policy setting body and ultimately it decides what projects are prioritized and what projects are not. But I think it might be worthwhile to try and include some sort of variable for political influence or council interest or however you want to phrase it within the matrix itself, rather than just treating it as sort of a extra matrix quality, because that might help within the prioritization process. I wouldn't suggest making it the highest level thing, but it might be worth having it in there as just a factor that can be used and analyzed. Secondly, I'd argue that if we're adopting this particular matrix, that sustainability and conservation should have a higher category weight than 1. It should, I argue, at the very least, have the same category weight as quality of life. And I think you could probably make a plausible argument, but it should have a category weight of 3 up with health and safety. But I definitely think you could, at the very least, make the argument that it should have a category weight of 2. Category weight of 1 is too low for sustainability and conservation, just because of the long-term impacts that sustainability and conservation have on our community. That's why we had 9D that we were voting on earlier, was sustainability and, sustainability impacts. Straight up. Finally, with regards to the comments that were brought up by council members Tave and Desai with regards to funding of projects versus prioritization of projects, I think that and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me that the operating budget impact maybe partially accounts for that already. I may be misunderstanding operating budget impact, and it may just be impact on the cost of that item itself, whether say renovating a decaying bridge means less money needs to be spent on maintenance and not, in which case I'm just misunderstanding the item. But if not, if it's the impact on the budget of that item, it seems like it's accounting for that within the system. And finally, with regards to Councilmember Martinez's Ruben's point about multiple different things overlapping, I think it might be worth having a separate category, sort of intersectionality. I don't know if that's quite the right word for it, but sort of overlap between different things and synergies up separate from project dependency bundling.
Thank you, Mr. Menes.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other public comments?
No more public comments.
All right, we'll go back to council members' questions or comments. Councilor Tate.
I had a question. So looking at this, a project would get scored 1 through 5, whether it's, first it would be identified as regulatory compliance, scored 1 through 5. And then is the category weight cumulative? Meaning that if something had a sustainability and conservation component, regulatory compliance, it would be 5 times 5 and giving a score of 25 with the possible score of 100.
That's correct. So each project will be rated on every aspect, on every category here. And as we mentioned, if there's a project that has kind of a double component, if it appears in a long-term planning document and it improves the quality of life, then it may score higher. And then whatever, if for example, if it has no grant funding, the score would be 0 in that particular category. And then those categories would be multiplied and summed to make a total of 100 points. If the desire is to change the category weight for any of these, then the weight category will need to shift. For example, if it's the desire that grant funding change to a category weight of 2, then something else will need to drop so that we have a total of 100.
Got it. So, okay, I just wanted to make sure I had the math right. So that does kind of take into consideration that a project may have multiple, like it's part of long-term planning and health and safety. There is a way that kind of stratifies at the end result.
Yes.
That's correct.
Perfect.
Each project will have all these categories evaluated, as Misa said. Say, take a project for our sewer line project. It has a regulatory compliance, so I will give it a score of 5, category weight 4, multiply. So the weighted score for that particular regulatory compliance is 20. Health and safety, yes, it has. So in the score column, I will say, okay, 2, multiply with the category weight 6. And I will go with each category for that particular sewer line project, and I'll evaluate the weighted score. And it doesn't have any grant funding. So I scored it 0, multiplied 1, I get 0. And now I get a total score for that project, say 57. And that is how the scores for each project will be evaluated with all the categories, whether it is a 0 and a 5, and come up with a weighted total score.
So as that stands, I think this is a great, after that clarification is a great administrative tool. I don't think we should touch it until we get to budget. And then, you know, the politics component, as was mentioned, I mean, that's something that's got to get handled on the council level. But I think administratively, that this is great because it'll get us a baseline to start with versus having a laundry list of projects and not having, you know, where staff is with those projects. Or having a staff opinion of those projects. I don't know if anybody else has one, but I'm prepared to make a motion.
Other comments, Mayor Pro Tem Tom?
Yeah, I'll just make a comment that, you know, I think this is a really beneficial tool. I just hope that there's some guidelines with staff on how you would score something and make sure that it's not totally subjective, that you have your own in-house criteria on how something would get a 3 score versus a 5 score in these areas, just so that, we know it's an even playing field. I did, I heard the comment about sustainability and conservation, and that it should have an equal weight as quality of life. And when the way I think about it is that those two items actually have a total of 3 possible points. And they're just broken down. They're kind of separated. And similar to, that you could talk about budgeting that could include grant funding and the operation budget impact, but those two are separated out as well. I just hope that we have flexibility through the year. For instance, there's been a lot of infrastructure grant opportunities, and just because something might score lower, if there's an opportunity that comes up, I wouldn't want to have us pass it up just because it's, a lower priority. The project might fit perfectly into, an opportunity. And I'd hope that we wouldn't, pass that up just because we have ranked it lower. So flexibility is what I'm suggesting.
Absolutely, resiliency and flexibility. So there's still a need for a motion, but I also want to make sure if there's any public comment, or excuse me, any other comments by council members, we have an opportunity to do that. So Councilor Sasai, do you have any other comments? Councilor Martinez Rubin, do you have any other comments?
Yeah, I think we just have to try it. A concern I have, because I've been part of the discussions during the CIP and budget, and it was not a positive experience overall to, end of the evening, provide all these ideas for projects without really understanding the rationale. Here we're relying on rationale and sensibility. And I don't think that often comes up often enough in discussions among council members. At least it hasn't in the past, in the terms that I served. And I appreciate the utility of a tool like this. It takes me back to when the beautification committee, we did something comparable, and then took our results through a process that the members of that committee were new to. And we are seeing to this day, in fact, some of the CIP projects are a result of something like this from years ago. And, part of me thinks about the benefits of having something like this. Yes, it helps to be overt about the basis for making decisions. One downside is to hold on to this so tightly because it's written, because it is already ranked, because there's already been discussion among the advisory groups. So I think I'm, in my own way, somewhat echoing what Councilmember Tom said about the flexibility. We'll see how it works. I guess I have to say that. We'll see how it works with the first go around, because you staff, I know, have been doing some of this. The difference that I notice is that you have now made it more apparent. You have added the verbiage, you have articulated what you do to allow us and the public recognize that there's a logic to how projects are proposed and how they end up on the CIP, contrary to what we might propose as council members, because we are responding to a particular individual or group of people, or what euphemistically we call the community, where we don't even define who the community really is or the community members are. And that is that political aspect of it, which gets us into hairy discussions. And so that's, be it as it may. I appreciate the tools, and I thank you for putting this together for us.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Martinez Rubin. I think you're exactly right. I think this is, first of all, commend our public works team for putting this together. Certainly, I think many of us, when we first got on council, we did not have this in a transparent form. And so The goal here, and again, thank you, Councilor Tate, for your vision and leadership in pushing this item, and City Manager Murray for working with me to get this item on the agenda. The goal here is for us to become and understand that planning aspect, right? Some of us may do this for the county. Some of us bring our other, perspectives here, but this is an important model for us to not only share knowledge with one another and for our city staff, but also for the public. To understand how these decisions are made. And yes, I think there was a public comment that said there need to be political influence or public support. Well, part of this is public education, right? Ensuring that folks know how our capital projects are scored in what categories. But the other side is that as council members, we bring that, public interest to the table, right? And so there is an invisible category, if you will, at some point that comes in to say, depending upon who the council is, there is some weight when it comes to our projects. Perhaps not in the first round where it's, this capital project scoring, but there is an opportunity again for the public to say to any one of us as council members directly or in public comment, what projects they want to prioritize. This year, and it's been said, but I just want to reiterate, we really have to be on point. There is so much both federally and state opportunities around funding between the Inflation Reduction Act, where we are going to see a massive investment in infrastructure, but also clean energy as well as road projects, funding for that. John Garamendi, our congressman, just recently announced a $29 million going to Contra Costa County for Safe Streets and Roads for All program. And that's funded through the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. We don't want to miss the mark on understanding as council members and as a community how we can both access that funding, but what projects are most needed in this urgent time to make that happen. And so this process and why we're prioritizing this, especially after so long of not having this, or at least transparently in our city, is to make sure that we're all on point as council members, as a team of 5, but also our city staff can share in that knowledge. So don't underestimate that this is something we're trying, but this is also a responsibility of each of us to understand how to go out into the different agencies, state and federal, and make sure that we bring back home what we need, because that's what this process is about. I do want to say that I've been a big champion of participatory budgeting on this council, and I will continue to be. I would like to see the tool, the balancing act that we use, particularly around the prioritization module that they have, which allows, again, local governments to understand our data more from the public. I do want to see that integrated into this process as well. It doesn't have to be through this framework and this matrix that we've created, but I would like to see that in the process moving forward with our CIP. There is a very, very developed tool called the Balancing Act that allows us to do that. I'm sure it's not perfect. I'm sure that we can find ways to improve it, but I also think that this is a way that we can center, especially as council members, making data-informed decisions on what our public is supporting in the CIP process. Yes, we get emails. Yes, we get public comments qualitatively, but we want to see how our citizens and how our residents care about what projects and how much they'd like to spend money on. I don't see that tonight. I hope that comes in our process in the next meeting, because I would like to see that not just used around our budget and the way in which we used it for our American Rescue Plan Act funding, but I want to see that in the CIP plan as well. Last but not least, because it does come up, in addition to grant making, I do want to discuss and figure out a way for us to have a plan around grant making or grant applying applications. Right now, again, we have an onset of a lot of opportunities, state and federally. We're going to have to come together and figure out how we make a plan to apply to these grants. Whether it's a budget conversation and we, hire a grant maker, or whether it's something that we decide to build additional capacity in our city to do, we have to have a plan for that. We can't afford for our residents to miss the mark. With that, I know that the topic of staffing has come up. The past council has allocated additional resources around public works consulting. I think we've added a couple of additions. I want to know this year what we can do to make sure we really push ourselves in such a momentous time to have the staffing we need to execute our plan. I think it was hard for all of us, and I'm sure even city staff, to come back to the table years later, or excuse me, months later, and say, hey, we actually can't take on this capacity. I appreciate that integrity and transparency. I want to make sure that we meet the demand and the mandate that we have around resiliency projects in our city to execute them. You know, I think a lot about some of the feasibility studies around recycled water, perhaps even, you know, some of the plans we had around the senior center modernization. And I think about how we are not doing ourselves justice if we are not prepared to have quicker conversations about what staff needs to execute these projects. And so between the public support and our participatory budgeting, our grant, whatever we need to do to set that up, and of course, just what we need to get for staffing, I would like to see from staff a developed plan on next steps to make sure we get what we need. And as a council, of course, that's our responsibility to make those urgent decisions. So I request that. I'm giving that a staff direction in the next steps of this program. I'm grateful for this framework. Obviously, it's something that all of us as council are now benefiting from, as I hear it from your comments. And again, let's continue to be ambassadors to share this information out as well. Because again, we need the public to know how we make these decisions. And it's not a one-on-one, it's actually a citywide decision matrix. And it's really important that we all become ambassadors of this. So thank you again to the team. And with that, I'll ask if there are any motions that folks would like to make or additional comments.
I'll make a motion that we provide direction for staff to use the matrix as proposed for development of the CIP.
I'll
Great.
second.
Great. So I see a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Toms and a second by Councilor Martinez Rubin. Is there any discussion? Councilor Tate.
I'm wondering if there's, and I don't know if this is just discussion amongst council members, as is, this is great. I'm wondering, should we give further direction for the next step to further inform that next conversation, or does staff kind of understand the steps that, or the discussion and direction that we've been given, or should it be included in the motion, such as the balancing act or a financial component to this matrix? Is that adding, and I mean, really kind of looking to the city managers, like, is that achievable if we were to add that into the motion to give staff direction to include that so that it's further informing that next discussion?
So we will use the balancing act for the CIP. That's staff was already planning to do that. That'll provide a lot of input. It can be integrated into, actually directly integrated into staff's evaluation on some of these criteria. The grant funding, there's already a strategic plans strategy, special project to stand up a more organized grant seeking function at the city. So we already have the direction to do that. To talk about that service model and the resources that are needed. The budget process is an appropriate time to do that. So we can talk during the budget development process about what we're envisioning, what resources are being requested for our grant application activities. And city council can provide whatever resources or whatever feedback on the service model they'd like at that time. So I think we already have plans to address those soon. I mean, an additional bit of information, as was referenced, the city council's already appropriated additional resources for capital project delivery. The constraint there has been getting the staffing in place. So there's that has to do with the market and bandwidth. So I think we have the resource in place for capital project delivery. We can talk about the grant seeking model and resources part of the budget process.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. So there is a motion and a second on the table. Are there any other questions about the motion or comments? All right, thank you. City Clerk Bell, please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
And Mayor Murphy.
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you. Are there any other motions that folks would like to make on this item? All right, thank you so much to our city staff, and thank you for a wonderful presentation. Looking forward to more.
Thank you.
All right, next item is item number 12B, discussion on monthly food distribution. This is a discussion and providing direction. And I think we have Ms. Picasso and Director Rogers with us this evening for this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Jeremy Rogers. I'm your Community Services Director, and I'm joined online by Maria Picasso. She's our Recreation Division Manager. Let me cue up the presentation here. Okay. We included this chart just to give you guys a reference. We will go through each one of these. Maria will, and she will talk about each one. And then at the end, if you have questions, we'll be happy to answer those for you. I will turn over to Maria.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, city staff, and members of the public. I will go into to describe the program that we had at the Senior Center prior to the start of the COVID pandemic. So the Senior Center offered a food pantry program to Senior Center members and other senior community members. This was an informal partnership with local grocery stores, Trader Joe's, Grocery Outlet, and Safeway. The items received varied each day. Items included meat, dairy, produce, bread, and canned goods. The pantry was open Tuesday through Friday for 1 hour. Daily participation varied from 30 to 50. This pantry was managed by a team of Senior Center volunteers, and this program has been on hold since the start of the pandemic. In October 2020, the city partnered with the food bank to host a monthly food distribution at the Senior Center to serve all community members. The distribution included boxes of non-perishable items such as canned meats, dairy, grains, pantry staples, and a bag of fresh produce. The distribution started with 75 participants and it grew to 225 within a few months. This distribution was supported by city staff and a team of volunteers. In October 2020, in October 22, sorry, I'm going to go back. Sorry. In August 2022, the food bank informed city staff that the boxes of non-perishable items would be eliminated from the distribution starting in October. The donation funds that the food bank had received had been expended. The food bank would continue to provide produce at the distributions. This program serves all community members and the participation has remained steady at 225. City staff met with the food bank to discuss other food programs. The food bank informed staff that they could provide a senior food program, which would provide participants with a healthy pantry staples, eggs, cheese, produce, assorted meats twice a month. This program would be open to low-income Pinole residents age 55 and above. And the program could start as early as mid-February and would take place on the 2nd and 4th Tuesday of each month. I want to know that the food bank has informed the city that they could continue the monthly community produce program and implement the bi-monthly senior food program. Staff has not been in communication with the local grocery stores to reestablish the previous food pantry program. If the city would like to offer a community food program, the food bank could support with this effort. As council is aware, SB 1383 requires the state of California to recover and redistribute 20% of edible food by 2025. The city will continue to partner with food organizations to redistribute edible food to the public. Lastly, I want to know that the food bank supports several food security providers in the area that are open to the public. Additionally, they offer college and school pantry programs. Staff recommends that the city continue to collaborate with the food bank to offer the monthly community produce program and senior food program. Staff does not recommend moving forward with a food bank food pantry at this time, as there are insufficient city staff resources to oversee that program. City staff will revisit the issue of instituting a food pantry in collaboration with the food bank or in partnership with grocery stores in the future. This concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions and take direction from council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Picasso. Director Rogers, do you have any additional comments before we go to council questions?
No, I'll let you guys ask questions.
All right, wonderful. Thank you. Any questions by council members? Mayor Pro Tem Tom?
No questions, just thank you for the report.
All right, Councilor Martinez Rubin?
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Ms. Picasso, for the presentation, and Director Rogers as well. I'm wondering if you have an inkling about the age distribution among the 225 or so people who have participated in the distribution program as it has been happening in the past year and a half.
I would say the majority of our participants are seniors. We do get some younger families or some younger members of the community, but the majority so far have been seniors.
Okay, so thank you for that. So how might that be different, the program as it has been distributed, and then the proposed senior focus? We're talking about that older folks, how will that be different?
So the senior food program would provide more food items. They would provide, our current distribution only provides produce. So the senior food program would provide them with staples, pantry staples with meats, dairy, eggs. They would get essentially a bag of groceries from the food pantry program.
Okay, thank you. Pardon me if I'm not being clear. So the proposed senior program, which would be new, the one focused on seniors of a certain age, those you're going to find out, you're going to directly ask them what their age is, but the other program, which would be open, could be the same age group or anyone else. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, that's open to anybody in the community.
Okay, so there wouldn't be any inquiry about their age at all.
No.
Why?
No, we don't.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I'm just thinking about I'm just thinking about what advantage there would be to participate. One could participate in both, really, right?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Let me clarify. So we have in the past had participated in two programs with the food bank. And we are proposing in the future to participate in two programs with the food bank. One that is the common main line is a monthly fresh produce distribution. The other program that is sunsetted was a food distribution of non-perishable items that could be provided to any member of the community. The food bank is no longer offering that. What they're offering, if we're interested in the future, is a program that's restricted to low-income Pinole residents who are seniors. So we're not going to have the former program that was open to anybody. We're just going to have proposing to have an ongoing fresh produce distribution that's open to anybody, and a non-perishables, but also some additional grocery bag items like cheese and meat, but that's only available to seniors. So to your earlier question, and I should mention that Members of the community to participate will need to provide verification of their age. They will need to provide verification of their Pinole residency. They will self-certify incomes. They don't need to provide any documentation of that. So to your earlier question, what share of the our past participants at our open to anybody food distributions were seniors, as Ms. Picasso mentioned, the majority were. And so those people will still be able to participate if we go forward with this restricted senior program. Some of the younger members of the community who participate, of course, we didn't ask for residency in the past or for income verification. So it's possible that some of the seniors that were coming to the wide open distribution won't qualify for residency reasons or won't qualify for income reasons, although as I said, income is self-certification. So we would expect that it wouldn't be able to accommodate as many people. Nonetheless, as Ms. Picasso mentioned and Mr. Rogers mentioned, there are many other outlets in the community that serve different populations for food security. And so we think that particularly over the next little while when we're still figuring out what the food recovery process is going to look like for SB 1383. So this landscape is going to change quickly and pretty dramatically when these food recovery organizations are, are set up. And so I think we're recommending that it makes sense to go forward with the two food bank programs now and take a wait and see attitude about whether further steps are needed, say a year from now, depending on what the food rescue distribution system looks like. Maria, is there anything that you want to add to that?
No.
One thing I would like to add is this proposed senior program is a federally funded program that the food bank received federal funds for. And so that is why there is more restrictions on it, because it is the federal government has put restrictions on that. And so staff and volunteers will have to document. There is more documentation, more paperwork, but it's a more rigid program.
Yeah, thank you. And anecdotally, and you probably have observed this too or heard it by participants, maybe not by participants, because actually the comments that I've heard are from non-participant seniors who will unsolicited will make comments about knowing that there's has been a food distribution program, but they have the means to provide for themselves. And so they leave what resources the city is offering in that regard to someone else, a neighbor or friend who may not have that privilege. So there is some neighborliness that I have been witness to among some of the seniors for whom a program was offered prior to this proposal, today's presentation, and where if there was ever any concern about are people who really need this are the ones who are taking advantage or getting the benefit of the distribution, chances are that yes, it was the people who are coming and receiving this are indeed the folks who are needing it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Martinez-Rubin. Any other questions? Councilor Sasai.
Thank you. So from my understanding, the Senior Center Food Pantry Program was discontinued during the pandemic. But we currently have the partnerships and resources needed to continue this program. But the staff recommendation is to not continue it because of insufficient city staff resources to oversee that program. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm gonna just I heard the question to be a little bit different, so I want to provide my response, which is the prior food pantry program that was in place pre-COVID relied on donations of soon-to-perish goods from 3 grocery store partners. So we do not have those relationships any longer. I don't know how formal those relationships were. So I don't know, as Ms. Picasso mentioned, We have not reapproached those grocery outlets recently to find out whether they're interested in continuing to provide their near perished goods to us. So we don't really have the infrastructure in place to continue that program. We did mention that the food bank might be able to be a partner in reestablishing a food pantry because they actually have a warehouse of food items that they'll sell to food security providers at a discount. So if we wanted to reinstitute a pantry, we could look to those grocery stores to see if they're interested in doing this again, or we could partner with the food bank to purchase food to be distributed to the pantry at a discounted rate. That's a larger level of staff involvement than we've had in the past. I wouldn't be surprised if the grocery provider's perspective has changed because they are going to be responsible for meeting some requirements of 1383. And so they're going to need to have larger and statewide systems of dealing with their perishing goods. So it's true that we don't have staff capacity under our existing staffing, and we've had challenges even filling our existing positions in community services. We don't have the staff capacity right now to institute a food program, but in addition, we don't have the relationships or mechanisms to procure the foodstuffs right now. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you for that. And then if I heard correctly, volunteership was part of the conversation as well. And so is a lack of volunteers part of the decision to not continue this program at this point?
No, it really needs to be supervised by a staff person. So this kind of predates most of the current staff's time with the city, but there have been some issues with the administration of the food pantry. And so it really needs some staff oversight. It can't be entirely run by volunteers. So I don't think I don't think the lack of volunteers is the binding constraint on reinstituting that. I also think it would be a significant enough effort to reinstitute that program that I think it would be prudent and really the responsible thing to do for the city to really do a gap analysis to determine what the gap in food security is in the community and to determine whether setting up a food pantry at the senior center would be the effective way to meet that gap, because it's enough of an investment of staff time that it wouldn't be responsible to leap ahead to do that. I don't think before we were quite certain that we were filling a community need.
Right. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilor Sasai. Councilor Tate?
So I wanted to ask, I asked for an agenda item a while back regarding the Pinole Garden, having the Pinole Garden Society, the group that basically does that annual sale. I know that they have a large amount of volunteers that contribute to that club. And I know because I go buy tomatoes from them and zucchini from them, and everything this group puts in the ground works, right? Like I have a great success. And we talked about fleshing out an idea of having, greenhouses and a place for us to grow food, right? So that you can, as a citizen of Pinole, go down and take advantage of this greenhouse, get seedlings and start to grow food on your own, right? And then potentially maybe grow food on a property. I know that there's other communities that have done this. And it pops into mind, like the caretaker's house is 3 acres of land that would seem to me that, okay, rather than rely on fresh produce coming, which is becoming a problem, not just for our city, but regionally, to start the process of growing our own food for our residents and kind of do this on our own. I know that's a big jump, but I mean, food security is obviously an issue in Pinole, and it's not an issue people are willing to talk about. Maybe some people are embarrassed about. Maybe some people don't want to come forward and say anything about. But I think this isn't I think we're there. I mean, like I walked into some of the communities, some of the group members' houses, and they have hundreds, and I mean hundreds of pots of trees, avocado trees, things that usually cost like $40 at the store, they've already just done. And I'm just wondering, and to Councilmember Sai's point, I think Pinole would really, galvanize around this issue. I think our restaurants could be approached. I think our food stores can be approached. I mean, there's a way to do this, and I'm just wondering, bandwidth obviously is going to take one person to really champion this from staff to kind of figure out how to flush this out. I'm not sure where that item went. I think it got lumped into the Parks Master Plan a while back. But I can't think of how much more relevant it is now that us looking for different stores that frankly may be running out of food. I mean, eggs were a problem, just like that, right? But I'm just wondering if there's a way for this council and staff to try to at least approach those volunteers to see if that's even something that we can do. I know there's other organizations. The Department of Agriculture is, I think, in El Cerrito. There might be groups that work with them. There might be grant opportunities to get this off the ground. But I mean, I think we're overcomplicated by going through 4 or 5 different sources when we have a resource, a strong resource that, at least in my eyes, that I've witnessed, I've benefited from, might be an opportunity for us to try to grow something here that'll benefit our residents in perpetuity. I mean, this is like sun and water type deal. I know they have a seed bank.
Councilor Tate,
Sorry,
sorry to
I keep
interrupt you.
going.
I know, I was gonna
But-
say, can you phrase your council question? So if you can. just ask-
Yeah, so I guess, city manager, where was that and how do we get that to the front of the conversation when we're talking about, this food bank?
So yes, I think the question of whether the city might establish a community garden was rolled into the Parks Master Plan. I still think that's a sensible place for it. I don't know that we've ever had a conversation that I can recall about the city playing a firsthand role in growing produce for food security. That's obviously not the city's wheelhouse. There are all sorts of other organizations that are much more proficient at doing that. There's nothing stopping the garden club if it feels the need, and for any of us advocating with them to find out if there's a food security and need in the community that the garden club could donate its produce to. I'm not sure that there's a city role to play there. The scope of the item this evening is really a discussion, I think, of the food program that we stood up at the beginning of COVID. And again, the history of that was a council member identified a need or wanted to do something on this issue. We had a food drive. We established a relationship with the food bank. We learned that the food bank would provide us with food if we could establish, a distribution location and help staff it with staff and volunteers. The program that had been running successfully for a while has changed because of change at the food bank. And we're really seeking council's direction on whether to, in what way to continue to work with the food bank, or we could take a different term. I do think the, kind of the obvious next step for the city is to continue to engage with the food bank because we have a very experienced partner who is going to be providing free food to people in need in Pinole. And then if we think that the city wants to do more in the future, we really need to vet that. I mean, I don't have any experience or prior knowledge that, it's the magnitude of the need in the community, that we're the best service providers. Even if we thought that there was a need, it might very well be the case that there's another food security organization that could provide that service at much lower cost. And the best, most efficient approach for the city to get involved would be to provide a grant to that organization. So there are a number of issues that we need to explore before, I think, committing to any new activity in this area. So I would, given the time, I would ask for the council's direction on whether to proceed with these two potential programs with the food bank, and perhaps we can take up a broader discussion of food security as part of the budget process. But again, before we leap into anything, I think we need to have a much more concrete understanding of whether there's a need in the community, and review some alternatives for how best to address that need before jumping into any commitment.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. Mayor Pro Tem Thompson, you have a question?
No questions. I have comments.
Okay, we'll wait for comments, but we all will keep to questions. Does any other council member have questions? I have a couple questions. So first and foremost, is there currently a volunteer list that Community Services Department holds, an active volunteer list?
Yes, I believe we do through the senior center. We have a list of volunteers that we call on for various tasks, including the food distribution.
Wonderful. How many people are currently on that list?
I do not know. Maria, can you speak to that?
Since we returned to reopening the facilities, I know that list has gone down. I would say maybe 20 to 30. I know we had a lot more volunteers prior to the start of the pandemic, but a lot of our seniors have decided not to return, so that list has gone down.
Got it. And when you say the senior center, or that isn't a senior center house, my question is, we have a lot of programs that aren't only at the senior center, right? Upcoming Easter egg hunt, the parade that we had. I mean, these are other opportunities perhaps that maybe seniors are not a part of, or they are a part of, but they're not volunteering at those events. Perhaps youth are volunteering at those events, or parents are volunteering at those events. Do we keep an active list of volunteers throughout years when they're inactive and when they are active?
Not in community services, we do not. We work with the police department. They have a list of volunteers that they use.
Okay.
We use the teenagers from the high school for numerous events. They're a great volunteer group. So we rely on these groups, but we don't, within community service, keep an active list outside of the senior center.
Got it. Okay. So I know this has come up before from a previous council. I would suggest we keep a list, a master list of volunteers for our city. It would help to have tags to that list. Folks who are participating in food distribution, folks who are participating in perhaps police department events, folks who show up at different parts of the year, right? Some folks may be able to volunteer during the summers, but may not be able to volunteer during the other quarters of the year. It's really important for us to have that data because we are in some ways not relying upon our volunteers, but our capacity at different points of the year changes based on how many volunteers we have. And as someone who's been a part of the food distribution program since we started, I've noticed that our volunteers are pretty consistent with that program, but I think it's the unique time of that program. To be very clear with you, I think I'm probably the most inconsistent because at 9 a.m. on Mondays, I'm usually in a client meeting. So I say that to say we really do need that from Community Services Department in order to be successful and think about ways that we could scale some of these other programs. City Manager Murray, you mentioned something about purchasing groceries, but you said that the food bank, or perhaps I thought you were speaking about the food bank. You said that they are an entity in which if you are a food security provider, I think that's the term you use, you can purchase groceries directly from them. Is that a program available to private residents or everyday citizens?
My understanding is it's not. They offer that warehouse to food security organizations, but Maria and Jeremy, you've talked with them more recently about that. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That is correct.
Got it. Okay. That's correct. I'm sorry, just to clarify, what do you mean is correct?
What City Manager Murray said, it is for organizations that do provide food opportunities for their, it's not for an individual citizen to go
Gotcha.
grocery shopping.
Okay, perfect. That makes sense. I just wanted to clarify just because if that was an additional service, that'd be, I'm sure, beneficial for individuals. And then the question about private and public partnerships that keeps coming up, I think is perhaps this is a comment, but it is an opportunity to explore. I agree with our city manager. We may not want to be a full service or a service city on this regard, but I think what you all are leading on is this opportunity to connect with the Food Bank of Solano and Contra Costa as a private public model. When Councilmember Tave mentioned the garden, and we're thinking about the Parks Master Plan, I just want to make sure that those pieces are a part of that conversation. I know that we approved that moving forward, but has that been a part of the conversation? Is where in our Parks Master Plan do we explore those public-private partnerships?
That will be a portion of our Parks Master Plan.
Fantastic. Okay, so that concludes my questions. I do have comments, so I'll go to the city clerk if there's any public comments before we go back to the council.
Yes, Rafael Menez in person.
I guess some of my comments here are related to Councilmember Tave's comments with regards to food security and the potential use of the old park garden area to provide some sort of food security. I recognize this is going somewhat away from the main topic here, but I think it's worthwhile to sort of elucidate a few different points that were tied together in that thing. So part of it is just, are we putting city areas to the highest and best possible use? Part of it is, could we have volunteers within the city work with city lands to provide more food resources to the city as a whole? But part of the underlying question seemed to be, if there's a complete breakdown in food chain supplies and the city needs to provide food for its citizens as a matter of urgency, and there isn't food making to the grocery stores, can the city act as sort of a food provider of last resort? And I'm not sure if the city can do that. Certainly not within the scale of just the garden project, because there's a lot of food that comes into the grocery stores every day, every week, every month to feed everybody of a city. And of course, that's not the bare minimum amount we need to survive, but it's a larger scale thing than the food distribution project is. It's sort of a different order of magnitude if you were acting as a food provider of last resort or in a crisis, compared to sort of filling in the gaps of this person maybe doesn't have enough food for this week or this month, or there's this gap in the community that we need to fill, is sort of a different quantitative thing compared to other sources of food have failed completely. The city needs to provide it or people will starve. So I guess that I'm just saying, if we're going to bring that up as a future agenda item, I think that would be, I'm not sure it's within the scale of things the city can do, frankly. But I think that one of the things the city manager brought up with regards to a gap analysis would be a good idea for the council to consider implementing in the future, regardless of what it chooses to do tonight on these particular items. Because I think it will be a good idea just to get a sense of, where is there food insecurity in the community? Are there particular populations, seniors, elderly, young, very young, particular ethnic groups, particular neighborhoods that are impacted? That's the sort of data I think would be beneficial for the city to have in these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menace. Any other comments from the public on this item? Okay, great. So we'll go back to council. And before I take council comments and deliberation, I did want to reiterate, and I had mentioned it in a former, perhaps Mayor Pro Tem report,
But I think it's important now that we're having this conversation. So just some stats and data that we have pulled together as mostly our city staff. Thank you, Director Rogers, and also Ms. Picasso, because these are stats that you all have really put out and put together. But we've organized since October 20th, we've organized over 30 different food distributions. So these have happened once per month. And since October 2020, we've done over 30 of them. The first food distribution we had 75 attendees, if you will, or people who benefit from it. The next month, because there were so many people and there was an over need, we went to 150. And then by December 2020, we went to 225. So that 225 number, it's important for you all to see that context. It didn't start at 225. When people heard about the program, there was an increase in a need. Was it because they heard about the program? We don't know, right? But there was an increase in need. And so, we have to figure out those data points still. We don't collect any demographics from the participants, which has been a challenge. And I'm glad that we're talking about this and how we develop that model, because I think, especially if we're going to be using city resources, we should be understanding the populations of the programs we're developing. But what we do know is that this has been an added benefit of this program is that while we don't know the demographics of the 225 people who usually show up, what we do know is that this is also another avenue for public engagement and communication. So we've used the monthly food distribution program as a way to talk to residents about what's going on in our city. And it's really easy because you can just pass them a flyer, they'll take the food, and then they drive away and, they'll ask questions to the person they need to ask questions to. Our only partner thus far has been the Food Bank of Contra Costa and Solano. But there are other partners to look into. As mayor, I serve as part of the Mayor's Alliance to End Childhood Hunger. That, of course, in its name is focused mostly on building a campaign called Share Our Strength. The stat of that campaign in Contra Costa, and we don't have a stat specifically to Pinole, but 1 in 8 young people in Contra Costa, that's 0 to 18, are dealing with food insecurity. So use that number as you will. I mean, I don't know exactly how many young people live in Pinole, but think about that and just say every 100 young people we have, 1 in 8 of those, right, are going to be likely food insecure this year. And of course, I know the conversation right now is centering around our elders, and that's important as well, but I don't want to miss the mark on the gaps that we can provide in the next rendition of this program. Thus far, we usually have anywhere between 7 and 10 volunteers for every food bank distribution. So if those are helpful stats to the conversation moving forward, I did want to provide that context. And last but not least, as you can probably tell, this is a very important issue, not just to me and not just to, of course, our community services department, but our city, our people in our city have been really seeing this program, and it's been really well received. And many actually look forward to the food distribution. One, as a way to see each other in the community, but also as a way to get more participants and more people engaged. Of course, the program has been mostly seniors, but there have been younger families who participated in it. And of course, we see more families and children during the summer months, and that's oftentimes because of the gap during the summer where summer food programs summer school programs are not provided. If this is not enough, I will say that, in the spirit of Black History Month, the Black Panther Party started giving free lunches out. And really the programs that we currently have, the free school lunches program was a start of a small group of citizens doing a very powerful thing by giving out free food. And now today we have a national food program where young people, all people have access to free food. So I want to say, we want to think locally, but we also want to think big and get us to that point that we need to get, even if we can't do it today. So I wanted to start us off there, but I'd be happy to take other comments as well. Mayor Pro Tem Tom.
Yeah, I wanted to make a couple of comments is that the senior food program that is proposed for twice a month that's being used, that's federally funded.
That is correct. The food bank received those funds.
Okay, and then I did hear that it's limited to Pinole residents, and I kind of question how, if it's federally funded, how it can be limited only to Pinole residents and not some of our neighboring communities.
So the food bank is doing the same program in other
In other
communities.
communities.
Yes,
Okay. And so those restrictions, like for instance, if Pinole residents want to go to Rodeo, they'd have to wait till it comes to Pinole.
that is correct.
Okay, that's good to know. And then, I really like the discussion about, community gardens. I know that that's not exactly what's on the agenda, but I wanted to share some, insight that I've had is that, several years ago, maybe 10 years ago, I worked with Urban Tilth on establishing their urban farm on, Fred Jackson Way on a vacant piece of property, and we use park dedication funds to help establish that. They currently have other garden sites at other schools. So they help sponsor community gardens. They also provide like food giveaways. They do training of young people on urban farming. And, I'm not sure that, they would expand to Pinole, but it might be a good program for maybe Pinole Garden Club or some other volunteers to sort of replicate that model. And I'd be happy to put you in touch with some folks to, as you're working on the park master plan to, incorporate some of those ideas. The other idea is that, there's a Buy Nothing Facebook group in Pinole. And I see during the summer, people have loads of vegetables and stuff. And so, and there's people that also do an ask, hey, I'm looking for, this kind of product, or, if anybody has persimmons, I'm interested. And we could do that, for a senior food pantry as well. It would take some coordination, but, if the food pantry were to expand, that might be, just one other resource. So, with that, I'm not sure that we are giving direction. Yeah, we're providing direction. And, I'd propose that, we direct staff to, proceed, which I think they already are, on the, the twice monthly program that's funded through the food bank.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Chams. I think we have a couple other comments before.
Yeah.
That, but thank you. Council, did you all have comments? Okay. Councilor Tate.
I was just gonna say Emma Persh Farm Regional Park, 647 King Road, had a program. March 2021, 3.5 acres urban parcel, downtown Pittsburgh. Family Harvest Farm. I mean, there's organizations out here, and I know that that's probably going to get flushed out at a later date. But this is one of those things that during COVID, you have to have some level of looking out into what other cities are doing, so that we have something to help support this program. Otherwise, we're down to 2 days a month, and trying to keep a program alive that probably could have been supported by something like this. I don't think we're that far away from it. Just my opinion, but I'm in support of keeping the program moving. But we got to think of other ways to make sure that it gets better over time, not worse.
Thank you, Councilor Tate. Councilor Martinez Rubin, did you have a comment? You're muted.
Councilmember, you're muted. We can't hear you.
I don't think she can hear us. I think
Oh, okay, pardon me. I'm ready to, I'm ready to say, let's support what staff has come up with, have studied, and when it comes time to talk about a community garden, we really have to figure out what the objective of that is, because it's one of those projects that's really really has to be planned out. We all know that, I think, and it seems desirable and all, and to continually rely on the garden club. We really have to also involve them in discussions, because it's attractive to find. It's one thing to produce your own vegetables and gardens for pleasure. It is a whole other area to produce in the quantities that would be needed once the level of need is even identified. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Martinez Rubin. I want to remind folks that this is a discussion on monthly food distribution. I think one idea was the Pinole Garden, which we can also talk about, but that is a piece of the conversation around food distribution. So I want to keep us on track to that. Councilor Sasai.
Yeah, I very much concur with Mayor Murphy's comments and suggestions about keeping up a master list of volunteers. And I would suggest that we as a city make an effort to sort of reinvigorate our volunteership, whether that be through social media, outreach, or any other forms of outreach. I think that would be really useful.
Thank you, Councilor Sasai. Great. So I just have three, and I would like a dialogue about these ideas, because I think this helps to think about food distribution differently. So we talked about local grocery stores, and I almost have like this diagram now around why it's important that we need to connect with our local grocery stores. We talked about the plastics work that's going to go on soon at single-use plastic. We are talking about SB 1383 with food composting, and perhaps even local partnerships with local grocery stores on sponsorships for programs, right? That we may have in the future. So I think it was referenced in the staff report around whether or not we kind of move forward with that. I think there is a need for us to actually start building. We have wonderful grocery stores here. We have Sprouts, we have Lucky, we have Trader Joe's, and that's not even including the CVS and perhaps other stores that may be helpful for other health purposes. I think there is a need for us to start building those strategic partnerships and relationships with them. But I think there's another need that may be an opportunity here that has not been in the staff report, but I do want an opportunity to think about, which is right now we've been thinking and saying monthly food distribution. I'm wondering if we have considered a universal basic income program for folks to buy food at the grocery stores in our community as a way of food distribution. So instead of giving folks direct food, we'd give them something like a gift card to those to those grocery stores. Has the Community Services Department considered that as an option?
You mean like a food voucher?
Absolutely, yeah.
We've talked about it. We did not include it in this report, obviously, because we were wanting to get direction, but that is something that as we look at food security, that would definitely be a part of that.
Okay. And I think when we have a couple issues here, right? We're talking about food insecurity. There is a stakeholder management conversation, whether it's volunteers or local grocery stores to bring in, but we're also talking about direct assistance to people. In this case, we're giving food and produce out, but we have to think about how to give that out. And then we have the data question, right? Which is, how do we give out the things we need to the right people? Meaning, are they Pinole residents? Do they qualify in the income brackets that we would like them to? Those are considerations that we need. And I see us having a food voucher program or a universal basic income program for food specifically as an opportunity to ask the residents who needed to come to us, and also for us to, as the city manager said, ensure that we have that gap analysis. We'll understand who's applying for our programs, and we'll understand how to be more targeted in our programs by receiving information. We've done that with small businesses, actually. So when we did the small business assistance program, we gave out $1,000 to every small business, and they had to apply for it and give us information about who they were. In that same way, perhaps we can create a small scale program. If we gave $250 to every family to up to 225 per month, that would be $45,000. I'm giving that as an estimate because I know that those estimates will come back to us in the next steps here. But I just wanted to offer that because that hasn't been discussed, but that provides the same intent of giving food out, right? And it also gives people a bit more dignity to determine what they actually want to eat, as opposed to what we're only providing them. And we want to do that as well in these programs. So I want to offer that. I would love your thoughts on that and how, especially around the staff capacity question that I see, how would you all see, is that possible to do in the next 2 months, is to establish a program where instead of using staff capacity to host monthly food drives, we actually do outreach to tell people to come to us to receive those vouchers.
That's something I can research. I've never done a program like that throughout my career, but I'll be happy to research it and work with City Manager Murray and to give you that information.
Okay, thank you. City Manager Murray, do you have any thoughts on that? I guess it's a question I'm proposing, but I'm wondering, because it's not a program you all have, we've done this program before, but we haven't done it in this way. Would this be possible to come back to our council next meeting or the meeting after next to determine that program?
So the small business grant program actually was required quite a significant amount of staff work. So if that's the model, then doing something comparable with income support, I would expect is going to be pretty staff intensive. I mean, there are other organizations in our normal system of government and human and social services that provide income support services. So I think there's probably an opportunity to work with another government agency to implement a program like that, rather than implement one ourselves, which is a little different from the small business grant program. There wasn't another agency that did that specifically. I think an appropriate time to talk about this would be as part of the budget process, because there will be, there'll need to be an appropriation of the funds that would pay for the vouchers or what debit cards. And there'll need to be a discussion of the staffing requirements, some investigation of what a reasonable timeline is. So no, I don't think it's possible for staff to return with a proposal or some options on this within a couple of meetings. But I do think it's possible to provide some information on options as part of in the preliminary proposed budget.
Okay. So this is an urgent need because we have a switch off. So I want to push a little to ask, number one, there were other programs for the small business grants. I mean, there was state and federal programs and loan in grant form that were provided. We decided to do one specific to Pinole. But
I'm going to disagree with that. Okay. I mean, I think there wasn't a program that provided small business grants with the same parameters that we were working on. We considered engaging with the local chambers and community development corporations, but there isn't as substantial infrastructure around providing grants to our businesses as there is an infrastructure for providing income support to people in the county. I do think there was less of an opportunity to piggyback on an existing system that was going to meet our needs than there is around income support.
Okay.
That doesn't mean the city couldn't do it. But I mean, it
Gotcha.
could.
So what I'm hearing is we need to identify partners in doing this food voucher program. What we know is that there is a need, and what we know is that we don't have the data as much as we asked. We don't have yet the data to continue to inform the understanding to scale that need and to understand this the needs of our staff to implement this idea. But I feel like what we have right here, I mean, these two programs are insufficient. Frankly, we're saying that only elders are hungry, and that's not true, because what we know, especially those of us who have been a part of the food distribution month by month, is that there are more than just seniors who are participating in it. And we know that because we see that visually. So the two programs that we have are great to continue that you all are providing, but it's insufficient for at least an age gap, let alone perhaps even who actually goes to the senior center and what they, other demographics that we don't have. So I would like to see what that looks like for us to develop this food voucher program in the meantime. I don't know what, sufficient staff mean or insufficient staff mean. I don't know if that's 1 or 2 or 3 people. I want to know that so that I understand that qualitative measurement and numbers. In my head, I thought it was only the finance department who was responsible for the grant, the small business grant program. So in my head, that was 1 to 3 people who were staffed with that endeavor. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct, but nonetheless, those aren't, it's not the 3 full-time people. There are people from other departments that participated in the program, including a portion of my time. But obviously it wasn't 3 full-time folks, but it was time above and beyond what they were already doing. I think the main question for the city is the city, irrespective of the resource question, if the city has the resources and identifies the gap, and I don't think we have, the gap is not well defined, is the city the best provider of the service? Or are there other organizations that the city that could more efficiently do it because they have existing relationships or efficient processes in place that the city could pay to provide that support? So I guess I don't think we should leap to the conclusion that it makes sense for the city to act in this space. But even if it makes sense for the city to provide resources to solve the problem. But I think, as I mentioned before, I think the budget development process, which is coming right up, is an appropriate time to talk about instituting a new program and what the resource needs would be. So I would suggest that we discuss it in that context.
Yeah, and I'm open to having this conversation as a part of the budget program, but because we're talking about this now, I'm also interested in giving specific direction on, or understanding at least, what is possible within the next 2 meetings to come back to. Is it possible to get a list of partners or potential partners you all want to work with to meet this level of service? Is that possible to get a list of the food bank, the grocery stores, or even the state, county, regional agencies as a part of this endeavor?
That could provide 225 boxes of non-perishable goods twice a month to Pinoleans.
That is interested in ensuring we have the data that we need to inform us on how to improve our programming around food insecurity or addressing food insecurity.
I think it's possible to have exploratory conversations with various organizations that might be able to provide food at below market rates if we wanted to distribute them to Pinoleans.
Okay.
I think I frankly have no idea what the schedules and what would be, how quickly we could schedule a conversation among the many other things we're already doing and trying to schedule with a representative of a local grocery store about what they might be able to do regarding, providing us with, perishable foods. That's great. I really don't have a good sense of that.
Okay.
But I also know that we're working on many other things in the same time frame. So yeah, again, I think the budget time frame is a good time frame.
Okay. Is it possible for us to reach out to all the local grocery stores with the intent to meet with them about these type of programs, whether it's, single-use plastic food composting or partnerships with them?
Of course.
Okay. And by when for that? I'm trying to get an understanding of what's possible in the time frame of it.
So I don't know that that it would make sense to, we'd have to figure out whether it made sense to bundle all of these topics of conversation with grocery stores into a single discussion. I don't know off the top of my head the timeline for the engagement regarding the single-use plastics and other things, although I do value the observation that there's now we're talking about a bunch of different issues that relate to the grocery stores, and that could be a great opportunity to have these conversations efficiently. So certainly by the end of this month, we can reach out to all the grocery stores about what might be possible in both a voucher and also their donations of, food items.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is, what is possible in the next month for us to move forward in a framework of understanding our gaps in food security in the city?
I would have to give that some more thought. I mean, really, you'd want to do a technical gap analysis, and I don't know what that would entail off the top of my head. There might already be nonprofit organizations or other government entities that have information about the needs of Pinoleans. It doesn't doesn't really answer the question of whether a free food distribution program gets the food into the hands of those in need. But that's kind of a different, we'd have to see what the theory of change is there. But I think within a month, we could find out what data is available.
Okay, thank you. That would be super helpful for us. And I think we may want to bring this item back up or continue this item for that matter. Because what we're dealing with right now is an impact of how the community really wants this. And I know that we've been relying upon the answers of the food bank, which makes total sense. Now the ball is in our court a little bit, right? And in terms of the public coming out and talking to us and saying this is important. So having that data, knowing those steps is in that time frame is going to be really important in the next couple of weeks as well. Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, you have a comment?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment that, it's a little bit beyond what city services are. This is more of state, federal, and even county services for social services. And it's almost like we're, looking at stepping into, expanding what we as the city provide. It's good that, we have the senior center and we can coordinate, perhaps bring back the food pantry program, and that we can, work with the food bank. But I have some serious concerns about things like, providing basic income for residents coming out of our general fund when we're already strapped, and there's other governmental agencies that's within their wheelhouse.
Sure. And I appreciate your opinion on that. I also know that most programs start from somewhere. And so there's no determination upon what's a county, a federal program until it's decided that it's a county, local, or federal program.
Right, but they exist. We just need to probably gather that information.
Sure. And if you can
put it
help
in
with that,
front of us.
that would be great. And I think that's what I'm requesting from our staff is to create those, to create an idea as to what partnerships we can do. I do want to say that it is a challenge that this may be coming out of our general fund. It's also a challenge for those who are hungry in our city to benefit from this program, right? Or to not benefit from this program. So what I'm saying is let's figure out the solutions together. If it becomes a countywide program, let's do it. If it's a city program, even better. That way we actually as a council have jurisdiction over the policy making and administration. But we don't know what this program is. Right now it's a city and a county, a private public partnership, honestly, because we're working with a food bank. But we have to decide that together. And that's why we're having this conversation. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, are there motions that need to be made?
It looks like Councilmember Martinez Rubin has her hand up.
Wonderful. Councilor Martinez Rubin. Sorry about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, not to belabor this, but I don't think we're really having a conversation. I think we're having an emphasis on an area that you feel is important and even you said is urgent before without the data that we wish that we would have. So it's really tempting and charitable to want to delve into social services and have a city provide those, but I think we need to think about the strategies in our plans that exist, how we're going to accomplish those before shine and really do well in the areas that the city is and the city staff have strengths about, and identify where we can collaborate with other organizations that have already built a history of relationships and built the infrastructure to do a job that merits sustainability, because we get into this area of, for how long. It's again tempting to want to address a problem, but it becomes a Band-Aid if we don't address the complexity that led to the problem of food insecurity. It is beyond tonight's discussion, and I would ask that in the interest of wanting to provide some thoughtful discussion, that we perhaps create several agenda items at the next go round to really pinpoint the approach that we want to take and how insecurity or food security is really a priority or not as a council. I'm hearing a lot coming from you and I applaud it, but it doesn't mean that it's going to happen if we haven't had a discussion fully among all of us as to what the city's values and priorities ought to be in a very broad sense. And we're just beginning to know each other as a newly composed or recomposed council. So thank you. I'm also getting quite tired, so you can probably hear it in my voice, and I really want to dedicate some time to the last item. So if you would, Mayor Devin, thanks for indulging and for putting some thoughts into what future discussions we might have.
Thank you, Councilor Martinez-Rubin. I think we are all here together. So feel free to make a motion or feel free to
I'd like to make a motion that we provide direction to staff to proceed with the senior food program twice a month, although it sounds like you're already doing that, and to start having conversations with the grocery stores in Pinole regarding, so that we can look at reestablishing the food pantry.
Great. Is there a second? All right, I'll second that motion. Any discussion? All right, not seeing any. City Clerk Bell, call the roll, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
I would like to amend the motion.
Councilor Martinez-Rubin, this is a vote.
Oh, I missed my opportunity to amend the motion. Okay, so my vote is no
Okay,
on
thank you.
this one.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great. Are there any other motions on this item? All right, not
Oh,
seeing.
well,
Councilor
no, I
Martinez-Rubin.
think I missed my opportunity, right? Yeah.
You can make
just to-
multiple motions on an item. We just are, you were in the middle of a vote, so that was not the most prudent time to do that.
So help me understand what just happened. Are we proceeding as staff recommended in the report, or was there that addition given the?
I made a motion that we give staff direction to proceed with the twice a month senior food program with the food bank, and to begin conversations with the grocery stores with the goal of reconstituting the food pantry.
And that second part was not in the staff report tonight, right? That
It
came out-
was in the staff report. It just said it was on hold, and then we've had some discussion about starting to talk to the grocery stores, which we're going to be doing anyway as we work on plastic bag changes and things like that.
Okay, so city attorney, if I can get your advice, I would like to change my vote. Can I do that? So I would favor the direction that was given.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Just as for the record and for the minutes, if you'd like, you can reflect that you would like to have your vote be aye or yes.
For the record, I would like my vote to be a yes on that last motion.
Thank you, Councilor Martinez-Rubin. I don't think we need that. Is that clear? Okay.
It's the city attorney is good with it. I'm good with it. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Any other, yes, Counselor Tave?
Can I make a motion directing staff to look at the Contra Costa COVID-19 food distribution map and their projections for the 2020 food insecurity survey based on the census that was done to kind of further inform the need for this program and similar to other programs you might or I would say enhancements to this program. The only reason why I think it has a bearing on this is it would initiated the food distribution. And I'm looking at the map now and these numbers are showing a predicted 14% increase per tract population will experience food insecurity in 2020, representing a 49% jump increase from 18 to 2020. And my hunch is that trend might be going up. So I'm just wondering, based on the data that's provided, grocery and meal distribution sites for students, seniors, and low income that the county had put a lot of work into, might provide some bearing as to why this program is needed and just the overall enhancements that need to happen, in my opinion.
If you don't mind, just because I actually was taking notes, what is the motion again?
I'd like to make a motion for staff to review that as we're developing this program and the enhancements that were suggested this evening. And that way they have some of the data that was requested as to why these enhancements to this program is, and I believe a lot of us have been emphatic about at almost 11 o'clock at night.
Can you provide that link to staff?
Sure, I'll do that right now.
And I'll second that for staff direction.
Great. Any questions about that motion? Comments? All right, wonderful. City Clerk Bell, can you call the roll?
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
and Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you. Any other motions on this item? Great, thank you so much, Director Rogers, and thank you, Ms. Picasso, for staying with us. And also
you.
thank you to City Manager Murray for answering all our questions as well. Wonderful. We'll go to our last item under new business, which is our discussion of city's participation in Earth Day 2023, which sits on Saturday, April 22nd, 2023, and to provide direction to staff. And this is from our assistant to the city manager, Fiona Epps. Good evening. I think you want to turn your microphone on. No worries.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff, and the community. My name is Fiona Epps. As Mayor said, I'm the assistant to the city manager, and I'll be telling you about our Earth Day plans for 2023. Pull up the presentation. Okay, you all see that? All right, great. All right, so Earth Day is Saturday, April 22nd. And it marks the anniversary of the birth of the modern environmental movement. And it has become a global movement since then. But it's a day of positive action to change human behavior in a way that will protect the planet. And so it's really presents an opportunity for the community to come together and recommit to better stewardship of our land, water, and our air. And city staff would like to celebrate Earth Day throughout the month of April, rather than have it just on one single day, to give the community more opportunities to participate in a variety of ways. So city staff would wish to expand its outreach efforts by partnering with community groups and local organizations. There are many here in Pinole. And we would also like to do this while leveraging our existing partnerships with environmental agencies. And we want to organize a series of events and activities that will take place on different times and dates during the month of April. And we'll continue to reach out to other Pinole groups and organizations to maximize community involvement and participation. So for Earth Day planning purposes, we want to apply the theme of action. And using a theme would help to provide direction for multiple activities, and it would convey a consistent message through all of our activities. And working within the climate action and adaptation plan sectors of transportation, energy, waste reduction, and water, the city aims to provide forums in which residents can learn more within these sectors about how they can take action for the Earth. The main event we are planning is a Pinole Earth Walk. It would take place on Earth Day, which is Saturday, April 22nd. This would be a festive community walking event that will welcome residents, local businesses, schools, community organizations, and more to join in a walking pledge for the planet. And so this is a proposed path. This isn't final, but this is an example of what we could possibly do. It's a walking path that would follow the Bay Trail, starting near Lone Tree Point. This map shows you the start being Lone Tree Point and Rodeo and ending in Fernandez Park. This proposed path is 3.1 miles, and it would take about 1 to 2 hours walking time for folks. We are still considering other walking path alternatives, and we are taking into consideration, of course, safety, accessibility, avoidance of road closures, parking, and convenience for participants. And the finish line will be at Fernandez Park, and walkers, rollers, volunteers would be treated to eco-friendly snacks and refreshments by the city of Pinole, and they'll be able to rest and gather at tables and on picnic blankets in the park together at the end of the walk. And some more Earth Day activities. These are ideas that we have that could take place throughout the month of April. Citywide community cleanups. These would be multi-site community cleanups throughout the city of Pinole, maybe focusing on the Pinole Creek ecosystem with supplies and disposal provided by Public Works. A student art display at City Hall. This would be Earth Day themed art made by students. Hung at City Hall for a period of time, and the art would come from students at Pinole Valley High School Art Department. An Earth Day video montage. This would be a collection of videos and photos submitted by Pinole residents that would be edited by PCTV, and you saw earlier how talented they are. To be turned into a short film that we can air on public television and shared on our social media channels. And the photo and the intent for the photo and video submissions would be to highlight residents' dedication to environmental protection. A website page we will create similar to the one we created for United Against Hate Week. This is a web page dedicated to Earth Day. It will act as a repository for local Earth Day events, activities, and resources. It will serve kind of as a city's hub for Earth Day information, and we'd like to update it year after year and have it available on the website year round for people to view. A story reading at the library. This would be a special guest from the city of Pinole, could come and read an Earth themed story at the library during their scheduled story time. Green waste and or recycling demonstrations and a plastic reduction workshop. So this would be, a demonstration on how to start composting at home or how to recycle various materials. And the plastic reduction, of course, would show attendees of how to reduce the need for plastic and usage in their everyday life. And the location could be held outdoors at one of the public recreation spaces in Pinole. And fight climate change with diet change. This would be a demonstration or a cooking class that will show attendees how they can fight climate change by making changes to their diet. We would do like a pre-registration is what we're kind of thinking about, and have it be hosted by the Pinole Senior Center or the Youth Center that has put on similar cooking classes like this before. And so we've begun to contact community groups that will be involved in Earth Day, including the Friends of the Pinole Creek, the Pinole Garden Club, and we'll continue to reach out to other Pinole groups and organizations to maximize, as I said before, to maximize community participation. And we'll be leveraging established relationships with our local agencies, Bay Ren, Recycle More, EBMUD, 511 Transportation, and Republic Services to, help and see what options we will have for those workshops that I just mentioned. And it will definitely be an interdepartmental effort, working primarily with the city's Community Services Department, Public Works, and Community Development. So this would be the fiscal impact. It's an estimate, of course.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Mayor, motion to extend the meeting.
Absolutely.
11:30.
Yes, there's a motion. Is there a second? A second? Those in favor? Can we do a roll call?
Ready for the roll call?
Yes, please. City Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
The very tired yet.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
and Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Sorry about that mishaps.
No worries. So I'll make it as quick as I possibly can, but here's the estimated fiscal impact. These numbers were, I came up with these numbers based on previous events that the city did that had similar signage needs or supplies. The 500 residents, that's a liberal estimate because, we've never put on a Pinole walk that I could find in our records. So we don't know exactly how many attendees we will have, but that's a liberal estimate. And the walk event setup and breakdown by Public Works, that was estimated for a burdened labor rate to happen on a Saturday for the Pinole walk, and including some cones and A-frames that would be needed for signage and marking the trail in certain areas within Pinole. So in summary, these are the ways in which we would like to help the community renew their stewardship of the earth throughout the month of April. And the city of Pinole can facilitate these activities and serve as the residents' connection to the environmental resources and information that could support the mission of Earth Day and spread awareness about existing city initiatives. So thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Any questions from the council? Mayor Pro Tem Tom?
Not so much questions or comments.
Question. All right. Councilor Martinez Rubin?
Yes, thank you. Question, Ms. Epps, have you been able to connect with Beyond the Art instructor at Pinole Valley High School, the photography instructor? We do have a relationship with that person. She is a resident of Pinole. Very, very supportive of having your students involved somehow.
I do not know if it is the photography instructor specifically, but Kibby put me in contact with 3 art teachers, and the only one I can remember her name at the time is Allison. But I will inquire about that.
That is the person.
Oh,
Yes.
perfect. Then yes, I'm scheduling a meeting with her to go visit the school and talk to them about what we can do with the students.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? All right, public comment. Are there any comments from the public on this item?
Yes, thank you. Rafael Menes.
my question here is, I like the idea of Earth Month, but it seems like a lot of the things are still relatively centered around Earth Day. The video montage is going to be going out on April 22nd. The story reading, I'm not sure what day Storytime Pinole Library are on. We sort of, and I know that some of the events are listed as being multiple times during April, like community cleanups, but like, for example, the green waste to recycling demonstrations, we've got a location and what it is, but do we know how many times we're going to be doing that? It's going to be every week during April? Is it going to be just once? What day would it be? That might be too specific, but still it's sort of the general idea. How frequently would it be? The climate change with diet demonstration, is that going to be a one-time thing? Is it going to be multiple things? The plastic reduction workshop, likewise, is that going to be a one-time thing? Is it going to be multiple things? So I guess that's sort of my broader question. The things that are explicitly tied to Earth Day right now, are they going to be happening just once, or are they going to be happening more than once throughout the month? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Raphael. So the activities that we are planning would take place, and it would depend greatly upon our resources, the availability of the location, who we'll be partnering with for that specific activity. But the general idea that we have is to have, let's say, one composting workshop. We have the ability to record or videotape that and put it out on the website, or put information out on the website, or in other ways have handouts available, in paper, different channels of information that we could get out to people and have them available. We were also in our planning, our very preliminary planning, our intent was to do an activity or an initiative per week for the month of April. So this could be in the form of a workshop or something that we're pushing through social media, something that we are, it could also even be something that the Pinole is not doing ourselves, but another workshop or another community event that another local organization is putting on, but we want to be able to broadcast that and get it out to our Pinole residents and beyond. So, it's still in planning mode, but I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. Any other public comments this evening on this item? All right, we'll go back to council for comments or motions. Mayor Pro Tem Toms?
Yeah, a couple of comments. I would open up the art to elementary and middle school students, because that's really when we need to engage them. So it could be a different, type of thing for the younger kids. We have done a walking group, I think around 2010, 11, and 12. We did a run to help support the Pinole Swim Center, and we did it starting and ending at Fernandez Park. And there were certain trails that took you using the creek trail and the part of the Bay Trail. And that was really good. I'll try to find that, because what we don't want to do on Earth Day is have somebody drive over to Lone Tree Point, walk to Pinole, and then have to get a ride back. So if there's some way we could start and end with different routes, with different distances, that would be something. There is a walking group here in Pinole, and I can put you in touch with that individual who helped organize those walks so many years ago, and she's very aware of the distances. So I can put you in touch with her if that's an option. I did notice that Kapil will be at the farmer's market on the 22nd of April. But I think, working on the cap. And I think this is a great month for him to get a lot of community input on the cap. The other piece is that many students I know over at St. Joseph's and I think at the high school need to do community services hours. And this would be a great opportunity to, advertise it as that also to get them to do some of the cleanups. But great work. I'm looking forward to April.
Thank you. Those are great ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Chams. Councilor Martinez Rubin? Did you have any comments?
I certainly do. Thank you, Ms. Epps, for the very creative list of activities for Earth Day. I was pleased to go from Earth Day to Earth Month. And I want to highlight that the photography students at Pinole Valley High School, the reason for including them is because they would not ordinarily be involved in something that is about stewardship. And so the idea there is to involve through art, photography, and you're one of our photographers, so you can appreciate that. A couple of things, the art of photography, the documentation of how Pinole is, a continuation of what the beautification committee discussed several years back to identify what is beautiful and not beautiful about Pinole with regard to litter. And so that's how that idea came about. And also with the discussion, had with Principal Kleiman, who's very supportive of highlighting students' work in different manners. He had initially approached me during my mayorship about exhibiting artwork and photography because of at City Hall, but because of COVID, we were closed and couldn't do that. So he is pleased to know that there will be opportunities for those students to be involved in something like this. His ask, council, is that for a bit of support with regard to having some quality displays or frames on the artwork or the photography to eventually be exhibited at City Hall. So my thinking about the budget as proposed, if there's some flexibility or they're just estimates, I would say that the estimate for exhibiting the art, I'd have to increase a bit. And I would propose that we increase that to up to $500 because we're talking about some quality pieces that would be preserved in a way, not only for display during the month here for this particular event, but at some point could be used elsewhere to highlight what Pinole is like.
Thank you for that background. And yes, you are correct. If we were going to provide frames for the artwork, then that would increase the budget.
Great. Councilor Martinez Rubin, do you have any other suggestions or comments?
Let's have fun and to the extent that we can involve people who again aren't ordinarily involved in the cleanups or other kinds of things. Now that we've got activities related to being thinking climate actions, let's do it. I think a great thinking about having a variety of activities to increase those opportunities for all ages and all kinds of different interests. And again, trying to have some civic involvement among our public.
Thank you, Councilor Martinez Rubin. Councilor Tate?
No comments, ready to make a motion.
All right, Councilor Sasai? All right, wonderful. Just want to uplift a couple of things. I know the farmers market, definitely Pacific Coast Farmers Association could be a great partner. I also wanted to offer, I don't know if it would be a program or probably just a resource to share, but I've noticed that small businesses in our community are still, I guess, vying for some of the green decision-making probably that we can support with. There is the California Green Business Network. I thought maybe they would be a good partner in this as well. And then MCE, of course, is always a good partner for these things. They love to be asked. Contra Costa College mentioned earlier that they would like to be. So I feel like you heard that already. And then Confire has great Rivian electric trucks that could be cool for the kids. So perhaps reaching out to them by that point, we should be working with them. So if those are great partners, I did send that in an email to you if that's helpful. But thank you for all this. This is great.
Thank you. Those are great ideas, and I'll take all of that information and get that from you later.
Sure. So any motions, Councilor Tate, you had a motion.
Motion to approve the program.
Great.
I'll second.
Is there, okay, great. I think this is, yep, there it is. Is there any questions or? Nope, all right, roll call,
Right.
please.
Can I change that? Motion to approve the program with the $500 frames.
Gotcha, okay. Is there a second?
I'll
Counselor
second.
Tate? That's Counselor Sasai, excuse me. And Mayor Pro Tem Thomas, did you have a question or a
Aye.
comment? Oh. We would have to call roll call first. That's the process. So roll call, City Clerk Bell.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes,
Motion carries.
great, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Epps, for your presentation as well.
Thank you for listening.
Item number 13 is citizens to be heard. This is the second citizens to be heard of the night. Are there any public comments?
Looks like there are no comments.
All right, well, that's wonderful. So tonight we will adjourn. I am going to adjourn tonight's meeting. We do have a bit of a acknowledgement. I am going to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Councilmember Janet Abelson. She was a council member in El Cerrito since 1999. She served as mayor in 2002, 2006, 2010, 2014, and 2017. She was a liaison to the Arts and Culture Commission, as well as the Committee on Aging and Planning Commission. She served on the West County Integrated Waste Management Authority, the East Bay Green Corridor Principal, as well as the Transportation Authority. And she has been a El Cerrito resident since 1970. She recently passed, and her family many of her family members are residents of Pinole. But I did want to adjourn in addition to the memory of Amber Swartz. I wanted to adjourn in memory of Councilmember Janet Abelson. So we are now ready to adjourn, and I adjourn the meeting of to the regular City Council meeting of February 21st in remembrance of Amber Swartz and Councilmember Janet Abelson. Thank you, everybody, and have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.